Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call to order the Oxnard City Council for October the 18th. And we need roll call and posting the agenda. And my understanding that Council Basua is running late. And also we're going to have the commissioners off today. We want to share that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perrello. Councilmember Turan.
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Also to announce for the record, Housing Authority Commissioner Jose Andrade will be absent, as well as Housing Authority Commissioner Francisco Vega will also be absent today. Announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952-3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive a $50 pay for convening this meeting. Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on October 6, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that. And item B is public comments. I didn't see any speakers on the list. Do we have any virtually or anyone in the audience?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for closed session. Thank you.
And we do have Councilmember Oscar Madrigal.
Yes, for the record, Councilmember Madrigal has joined the meeting at 4:34 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to item C, and this is the closed session, and we'll have our city attorney go ahead and share information with us.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 subdivision D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in one case, potential case, pertaining to groundwater allocation that may impact the city's water supply. And that case is OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency.
Thank you. We're going to the closed session and we'll return for an appointment item at 5 p.m. Thank you. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there is an announcement. The council, by a vote of 5-0, with Councilwoman Basua absent, has directed the city attorney to intervene in the action entitled OPV Coalition v. Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, which pertains to groundwater allocation that may impact the city's water supply. The action, the full party listing, and other particulars are available through the Santa Barbara Superior Court website and case file. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is item D, an appointment item. This is Housing Department. The subject is role of the Public Housing Authority homeless. Recommendation to Board of Commission of Housing Authority for the City of Oxnard. One, receive a report of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Housing Choice Voucher Programs, progression over time, and to respond to changes housing needs, and two, direct staff to prepare and present to the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners a comprehensive support for adoption of a homeless service program, including the continued solicitation of special purpose vouchers, future voucher, project-based commitment, and adoption of a local preference to support of homeless individuals. And we have our Housing Authority, Emilio Ramirez, but we do have a speaker on this. You want to take the speaker first?
Sure.
Okay, our speaker on this item is Douglas Partello. Douglas Partello.
Mayor, at this time, our speaker that signed up for this item is not available.
Okay, so any other speakers that also in the audience or any other?
We do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and go with Ms. Emilio Ramirez, our Housing Director.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and members of the Board of Commissioners. Emilio Ramirez, Director of Housing for the City of Oxnard. I'd like to acknowledge that with us today are various members of the LA field office for HUD and in person, William Rhodes. They are going to be present for this current item and also introduce and present the following item after this item.
Okay.
Also, some of the housing team is here and online and will be able to answer questions if needed. So the item before you is a description of the role that the housing authorities have in serving homelessness or in responding to homelessness. Whether they should be involved, to what level should they be involved? Is it within mission? Is it within permissible regulations, standards, budget, etc.? And we, at the end, are going to conclude that we are seeking direction from the Board of Commissioners to adopt a preference, and I'll explain what that is, and consider a variety of different programs that would be in service of providing housing to otherwise homeless persons. So, as you may know, starting in 1937, I apologize, I kind of wrote a lengthy history of the Section 8 voucher program and housing authorities. So starting in 1937, the United States started to act in financial assistance of housing, paying for subsidizing a portion of a person's rent in such that they can afford to live in a unit that would not be homeless, but not a single unit, but a unit that meets a standard of decent, safe, and sanitary housing quality standards, and beyond that which is a slum or that which is a place not meant for human habitation. I say that because the conversation then in 1937 included that ideal that a person needed to have a quality place to live. And that was not a situation that was not meant for human habitation, including slums. So decent, safe, sanitary. And that conversation in 1937 included a relief, if you will, to homelessness, where homelessness could have included a place that is not meant for human habitation. And over the course of time from 1937 until today, and expressly today, given the hopeful return out of COVID, there has been a lot of acknowledgement by Congress and by HUD that responding to homelessness is a need. It needs to happen. And so in that regard, HUD has been very flexible about how they would respond to the various needs. So it hasn't always been the standard Section 8 or Housing Choice Voucher Program that we all kind of know. And they have been responsive to them. So one of a variety of examples that I will indicate is that they expressly permit the ability to adopt a preference. And that ability to adopt a preference is empowering the local public housing authority to decide what the community needs and what preference that community should be responding to. So it could be homelessness. In Oxnard, for example, I'll talk about that in a little bit. We have a preference for farm workers because we believe that that is a local need. Okay, not the case everywhere, but it is something that HUD expressly empowers the local housing authority to undertake. In acknowledgement of HUD's continuing flexibility and responsiveness to the changing time in the United States and in the world and California, et cetera, they have created, thought up, and adopted a variety of special purpose vouchers. So the one that you see on screen, the VASH voucher, is one such idea that HUD tested and decided to make permanent. VASH voucher is a response to a situation that continues to occur in the United States, which almost, I think everybody would agree, is unacceptable. And that is the situation that a veteran is homeless. A veteran that served the country, that gave a lot of sacrifice and continues to be homeless. So the HUD partnered with the VA to kind of envision and create this program called Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing. And that is a otherwise Section 8 voucher that pays for a portion of the rent for a veteran that is otherwise homeless. And it provides supportive housing coming from the VA and the voucher coming from HUD. They get together to provide this service to this otherwise homeless person. They have Can you go back one? Or did I do that? Give me a minute here. Can you run it for me? Can you go to the one that starts with mainstream? Oh, there, right there.
Okay.
That one. So I'm just going to identify a couple of other, what I'll refer to as special purpose vouchers, just to demonstrate how HUD has been flexible in their desire or their, what they believe to be their responsibility to their mission, and that is be responsive to the needs of the housing needs in the population in the country. So one potential thing that they did was they created a new program called Mainstream. Mainstream is a voucher that has a purpose of providing rental assistance to a person that is disabled and is exiting or is exiting an institution. So they could be chronically homeless and they would qualify, or they could be exiting mental health hospital or jail. In an effort to prevent the continued homelessness, then HUD identified that need and produced a program that is responsive to that otherwise potential homelessness. Emergency housing vouchers, another one scenario. Emergency housing vouchers is a product of COVID, where everyone, I think, thought that COVID, it was going to have a significant impact on an increase in homelessness. And HUD, in a very expedited and real fashion, responded to that need and produced a new type of voucher called emergency housing. And the city of Oxnard does have VASH vouchers, mainstream vouchers, EHV vouchers that we applied for and received from HUD and are currently using. Can you go to the next one? Family unification voucher, also a special kind of voucher that HUD adopted and created, and it has the purpose of allowing a family to reunify where that family was separated, if you will, because of homelessness. So the mother and the kids don't live together because they were separated as a result of the condition of homelessness. So this voucher has the stated intent of providing for that reunification and the recreation of the household. Has other potential eligible uses. For example, it would allow a transitional age youth, TAY. This is a foster youth that is below the age of 24, who potentially is homeless because they're exiting the foster care system. So it allows for that person to be housed via this FUP voucher. So as is intended, the public housing authorities have been involved in the service of provision of housing for a lot of different populations, low income, very low income, special purpose, women that are suffering from domestic violence or escaping from domestic violence, foster care, et cetera. And there are many, many examples throughout the country, a lot of them in California. In my opinion, the most successful housing authorities are the ones that are able to be flexible and be responsive to the needs of the community. And whether that need is maybe currently homelessness, at one time it could have been something else. And there is a trade association that is saying that a housing authority that is not being responsive is simply not doing their job. San Diego Housing Authority, amazing organization, very, very involved in homelessness, and with a lot of support from the community and from HUD. And I don't want to speak for HUD, they're here, they can speak for themselves, but San Diego Housing Authority has an amazing reputation because they're able to be responsive. Can you go to the next one? So in 2010, before I was here, I say that because it is not something that I invented. This desire to be in service of homelessness by a housing authority with a Section 8 voucher, with a special purpose voucher, not something that I created or that my team created. It was something that it was here when we got here. It was created by HUD, and we are responsive to the community and, for that matter, to the direction from HUD. And so in 2010, the Oxnard Housing Authority first ventured into homeless services by applying for and receiving an allocation from VASH vouchers. We do have an active allocation. We are actively using them. We did provide an allocation of those vouchers to projects in town. Ormond Beach Villas, for example, built by Many Mansions, is a veteran-specific homeless project, and so we are involved in that service. Also, the ability to provide Section 8 vouchers to an otherwise homeless person was first enacted by the previous director of housing by an allocation, if you will, not really a preference, but an allocation of 15 vouchers per year, where those were to be set aside, if you will, to otherwise homeless persons. When I started, it was already there, and we used them in a way that is compliant with I think the community of Oxnard and also the regulations from HUD, and for that matter, the mission from HUD. And so we are looking for your blessing, your green light, your assent in our attempt to provide or create, if you will, a special unit within the housing authority that could be responsive to the need of homelessness in Oxnard, at least until there's no more homelessness. And we think that some of the ideas that are on screen could be responsive to that. Some of them we already are engaged in. Housing navigation basically means we help people to find a place to live, talk to a landlord, negotiate, help them to negotiate. We help a person with intake eligibility. Sometimes the process, the bureaucracy, if you will, of getting a Section 8 voucher or any kind of voucher is a little harsh. We select a person for a voucher. We ask them to come into the office to verify final eligibility. In some cases, we do that by mail. A person is homeless, they're not bound to get the mail sometimes. So we're thinking that maybe we can do a little bit better about that intake eligibility, offer some case management from within the housing authority, offer training to actual homeless service providers to help them with their clients to process our process. Kind of training them what things that we need and what documents we need and how to get the file to be ready. We are actively seeking to adopt a homeless preference. We are actively seeking to be able to continue to project-base the new developments of new housing in a way that commits vouchers to that continued operation. We'd like to continue to solicit new allocations of special purpose vouchers from HUD. In fact, right now, HUD has created a new type of voucher called a stability voucher. Again, intended to be responsive to homelessness and create their stability in housing. And we have submitted a request to apply. And so we would like your green light to go ahead and pursue on that. We're actively engaging in landlord engagement and doing all of those things. Next slide. So the report in front of you is really to engage in a conversation about should the housing authority be involved in the provision of these services in responsive to the needs of the homeless population of Oxnard, and if so, to what level? Everything that we described on screen or something else or something in addition. I invite your imagination, your thoughts, your professionalism, and see how much better we can do the thing that we're after. But we want to be actively engaged in providing housing and services to an otherwise homeless person.
Well, thank you for the excellent presentation. One question I have, and the last one, if we adopt most of what you're proposing here, what the funding's coming from HUD, or we use the current funding that we have from HUD? Is that
all of the funding for a voucher would come from HUD. And whether we respond to a new notice of funding availability or allocation of vouchers and apply for them, that new allocation comes from HUD. Okay. Some of what we described in that slide, on the previous slide.
Because those seems like excellent programs.
Yeah. Some of those things, landlord engagement, for example, or, one of the things that we are considering is hiring a social worker to work alongside our housing specialists. And so those kinds of things, the landlord engagement aspect of it, although it could be eligible under some of the special purpose vouchers, some of that we would have to identify alternate sources.
Right.
And we could apply for funding from CDBG or from another source in an effort to merge or to partner kind of the city function with the housing authority function.
So also on the VASH program, the veterans, you said a percentage comes from HUD and a percentage from the veterans. What is the percentage there?
The difference is that HUD pays for the rental assistance.
Okay.
And VASH pays for the supportive services, or I'm sorry, the VA pays for the supportive services. So the supportive services get together with the rental assistance and produce this one VASH opportunity.
Okay, well, that's an excellent program because do you have funding and how do they qualify? They come to you or the
Well,
vets?
I mean, we do have an allocation of VASH vouchers, and so the VASH voucher itself, when it pays for the service, it pays for the combination of those two services.
Mhm.
And we do have an allocation we applied for with HUD whenever they issue a notice and we submit an application, and so we have an allocation right now, and we are actively working on issuing and leasing up those VASH vouchers to be responsive to that need.
And I'm sure the commissioners, council members, one last question I have is, you said you had 15 Section 8 vouchers for veterans? Is that, did I hear
15?
that
No.
correctly? 15 of them, or what was it?
No, we have the prior director created a set aside, if you will.
Well, the set aside, yeah.
It's a set aside, but not for veterans.
Ah,
It was for
okay.
homeless.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so more generic, if you will, than just veterans. And the way I read that set aside is that it would be an annual allocation of 15 vouchers for that purpose. Admittedly, it could be a little better written, and there are potential reads of that same set aside that it was a one-time. Have actively been using it, and we have provided housing for close to 60 otherwise homeless persons via that set aside.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Excellent presentation. In regards to your first question, should you be involved? My answer is yes. And, pretty straightforward, but I think it needs to be more than, and I don't mean this term detrimentally, but over the years I've talked about, it has to be more than what I call warehousing people, where we just pick people up and put them somewhere so they're out of sight. It needs to be much more comprehensive than that. We need to deal with issues that individuals may or may not have, be it mental health, addiction, what have you, financial troubles. I don't know, it could be anything, because there are a variety of reasons that people may become homeless. And I think just locating them somewhere and not dealing with the root cause of what causes them to be there is a disservice to them and a disservice to the community. So I think it needs to be pretty comprehensive. And, in terms of the veterans, and there's all kinds of stuff out there. There's post-traumatic stress disorder, and that's not limited to veterans. There are civilian people that experience the same thing. We need to be able to make sure and address that. There will probably be parts of the populations that you deal with that will be resistive to engaging in treatment services. We need to find probably a humane way of ensuring that they get those services and take care of what they need to address. And not all homeless people are going to be, required to do that. Obviously, there may be some that just are homeless because they're homeless. Who knows? Not because of any root cause, but the ones that need services should certainly be able to get it in a reasonable fashion. And over the years, I've talked to, when there was a big encampment down at the Halico site, I had phone conversations with several of the people, and they said, we're interested in going to treatment services, but they're way far away. It's hard for us to get to. How do we get there? Transportation. There's no public transportation down here. We don't drive, or some of them said they don't drive. So it's going to be a varied approach as to how we, locate the people with a place to live and locate services that they can avail themselves of. And that's kind of the idea behind the navigation center that's going to go into second and B, is that it'll be a one-stop shop, so to speak, for homelessness, housing, and what other services they need. So I think it has to be a comprehensive approach.
Thank you, sir. First of all, we completely agree with you that it has to be a comprehensive approach. It cannot just be housing. And I've said this before, and I firmly agree that housing is simply not enough. And we need to be able to provide complete services. Therein lies that proposal to create a unit that includes case management and all those things that we need to actually do. And whether that means that we bring the service to the unit, then it needs to be that way. I can also tell you that, again, I don't want to speak for HUD. I only know from what I know in the regulations. So for example, the EHE vouchers and the new stability vouchers, and the VASH vouchers, for example, they require that we partner with the continuum of care. They require that support services be offered. So we enter into an agreement with the COC because that support services that you're describing has to be made available to the recipient of those vouchers. I mean, that's something that I think is key to ensuring that stability that we're all after has a shot of occurring. And so we're doing it, number one, because HUD requires it, and number two, because it's the right thing to do.
And, many years ago, and I don't know if this program's still in effect or not, but in Santa Barbara, they have what they call a transitional housing program, where they would bring people into the program, offer them the services that they needed, and then facilitate them into moving back into mainstream society, give them job skills, what have you, to try and position them so that once they deal with what issues they have to deal with, they have some, skill that they can utilize to get employment and transition to a different level of housing. And we keep the cycle flowing, whereas one cycles out into the next level of the transitional housing, a new one can cycle in and start their program, so to speak.
Right. I mean, those programs do exist, not as prevalent as they were before, not so much in Oxnard. But for example, there is a type of voucher called the FUP voucher. And the FUP voucher allows, Family Unification Program, allows for that voucher to be used to provide housing assistance for what's called a transitional ACE youth. So a TAY, a youth that is exiting the foster care system. And it has unlike Section 8 voucher. Section 8 voucher, when you issue it, is permanent. We don't take it away unless they violate some regulation. And they can be there for as long as they need it, and for as long as their income has that need. TAY, on the other hand, has this idea of transitional aid, and so it's going to be kind of a interim assistance until the stability triggers. So yeah, that idea of transitional housing, bridge housing, it used to be called, definitely something that we can pursue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Councilman Basu just joined us about 5 minutes ago, just for information.
Yes, for the record, Councilmember Sua did join the meeting at 5:34 PM. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, do we have somebody from HUD like to share anything with us at all, or I know they're here.
I'm welcome to, if you want to speak.
You want to? Does anybody want to share or any additional? Well, we have then Councilmember Perrella has some questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. The staff report's really great. I hope people get a chance to read the staff report. A couple of questions on the housing with the vouchers. If we have vouchers left over, are they able to morph into something else, or do we carry them over the next year, or we lose that number of vouchers?
We'll eventually lose them. So HUD will recapture them if they get unused, but it's not really the voucher, more the housing, the payment, the HAP, the housing assistance payment. And so if it doesn't get used, if it doesn't get leased up, eventually HUD will recapture that assistance just because we're not using it and some other community could use it.
In the following year, will our voucher amount be reduced based on that?
No. So once the voucher is issued and leased up, then that household, that household that using the voucher has a right to it. So for as long as that person has a need, in other words, they're not over income, they haven't been able to afford they have that need, and they're not in violation of the regulations of the program, then they will continue to receive the assistance from HUD. That housing assistance payment will continue to come for as long as that need exists.
Thank you. A couple more questions, Mayor.
Go ahead. Mhm.
I do agree. This is something that we should definitely get involved in. But are we encroaching on areas we're going to provide mental health or other things that they're the county obligation, or does HUD make no distinction if it's city or a county providing these services as far as any reimbursement to the city?
Reimbursement to, so there is not a reimbursement to the city relative to the obligation to provide the services.
Okay.
There are requirements that we undertake partnerships with the continuum of care. In the case of Ventura County, that continuum of care is a county program. It's not the case in every community, but in this case, it is the county program. And so we work with the continuum of care to be responsive to the regulations of the VHE vouchers and stability and FUP and et cetera. And so they provide the support services, if you will, that are required. In some cases, like the homeless set aside voucher, the 15 vouchers that we discussed earlier, they're otherwise regular Section 8 vouchers. And so we provide the case management.
2 more questions.
Go ahead. Mhm.
With respect to the rental units, are there annual inspections of the rental units that we may be steering people to?
So every unit that is occupied by participant is what we call a person that has a voucher, is the unit is inspected to ensure that it meets housing quality standards. So it is inspected at the point of initial occupancy, and then it is inspected every year thereafter. So it has to continuously meet that housing condition. If it doesn't meet the condition, then we impose a repair requirement on whoever is responsible for that. Sometimes the tenant has to fix it, sometimes the landlord has to fix it, but it is a requirement that it get fixed, that it meets that standard in order for the assistance to continue.
That's really great to hear. The last question, we showed a couple of photographs. One of them was women with children, homeless, and the other was women that had left because of abusive relationships. If they qualify and the abuser comes back into the relationship, does that void their qualification? And here's the angle that I'm going. On some of these things, when situation has transpired and mom can't afford to keep the place and dad's gone, does HUD help going after dad to help for financial recovery?
No. Oh,
No.
okay. So there's a couple questions there. Does the return of the dad, right?
Yeah, the person that caused the housing situation to break up.
Would that cause the household to not qualify for the continued assistance? Not necessarily. It depends on the stability of the household. If the father, I don't know, has
He's
recovered and is in good shape and et cetera, then it depends on that.
Okay,
I think a part of your question was, would HUD offer legal assistance to help the mother? No, that is not something that they offer, but we do partner locally. We do partner with a variety of legal aid firms, CRLA, legal aid, and et cetera. And so we would offer that connection.
thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Councilman Basua.
Hello, thank you, and I apologize for being late. I did get a chance to go through the staff report. So is it the staff recommendation that we adopt a homeless preference in our admin plan?
Yes.
Okay, and the staff report moves on. So what does that do to the HCV voucher? So for example, to families that are overcrowded, are they going to now not be a preference?
Well, number one, it depends a little bit on how we define homelessness. So we are adopting a definition of homelessness that is consistent with McKinney-Vento. So McKinney-Vento would deem that overcrowded condition to be homeless.
Okay, I'd really would like to see what the purpose is. So HUD has made tremendous strides in homelessness and moving programs forward. And I know our success rate hasn't been as high as it should. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, the way I see it, is a way, for example, a family that is living in a studio apartment that is 5 people, for those kids to be able to go get a 3-bedroom and live in a more comfortable environment. Not necessarily are they homeless, but it is overcrowding. So I do not want to see the HCV program turn completely into a homeless preference, because then we're going to stop serving a lot of our vulnerable families that work in order to be able to supply a 1-bedroom rent apartment. And as you know, it's extremely hard to do that. So I don't want to, I want to be fair, I want to be equitable, but I do want to see these programs be successful that we have. So the VASH voucher, I want it to be successful. I want to be able to see success rate within the housing authority before we start changing the HCV program?
Thank you. So a couple of things. We do have a variety of special purpose vouchers, mainstream, EHV, BASH, FUP. Those are being used, so they're not going to waste. Second, we are able to adopt a variety of other preferences. For example, we did adopt a farm worker preference. So that if you're a family that meets that preference, you would also have essentially the same preference as a person that would meet the homeless preference. We also have a local resident preference. And so we are able to adopt any kind of preference that the council would direct. And so if part of that is large families in small units, then I'm sure we can write that preference up.
So is it possible to come back, and I'm not sure if you would be ready to answer these questions. I would like to see what the success rate is with our VASH vouchers, mainstream vouchers, any special use vouchers that we have that are used for this population. I would like to see what our success rate is in housing those individuals within those, because the project-based vouchers, for example, I know you came to the housing board, and we did a few changes there, and part of it was because we weren't able to utilize them. I want to be able to see some success within the programs that we have before we start changing HCV.
Sure, I can definitely report on that. We are seeing some success. At that time, we had an intent to project-based Casa Aliento. Casa Aliento is a home key project that is specifically permanent supportive housing. And so we had an intent to project-based mainstream vouchers that we received from HUD 40. We didn't do that. It didn't proceed. And so right now that project is struggling to make a go of it. But if we were to do that, if we were to proceed with that, we don't have all of the mainstream vouchers anymore because we issued them and they got leased up and they're not available. But if we were to do that, then that project would be built, and then when it gets into the point of occupancy, start to be occupied. But I could definitely bring back a report as to the utilization rate of all the vouchers.
Thank you. Okay, so we have,
Mr. Mayor, can I?
city manager, go ahead.
Yes, if I can help, well, actually, so I can have some clarification. So is this proposal replacing? Is this a one-for-one? Is it somewhat of an addition? Does it mean that some of the programs Councilwoman Basu was talking about would go away? How do the numbers work on this?
The special, if I understand Councilwoman Basu's question, the special purpose vouchers, EHV, mainstream, et cetera, would not go away. So this would be in addition to those special purpose vouchers, the preference. We could have a limited preference where we would say, up to 30 or up to 10. We could have a overall preference, like we do that, for example, we have a preference that if you have to be an Oxnard resident in order to move up the list, if you're not an Oxnard resident, if you live in Las Vegas and you apply, you can always apply. Honestly, you're going to languish on the list forever because you don't move up the list. So we could do all of those kinds of various things, but it does not replace our ability to continue to apply and receive special vouchers.
So what it means is we're asking for the council to basically bless this new category.
Just
So
like an item.
when we adopted the farm worker preference,
Right.
it came to council or the Board of Commissioners. It came to the Board of Commissioners and they adopted that new preference. So we had done the same in the form of a homeless preference. It was removed from the agenda. So we're asking for, as part of the desire to be involved in homeless services and the litany of programs, that preference to be included.
Right, but I think what I'm sensing might be this concern is if there's one global number of vouchers that we have as a city, then adding this category is going to reduce into a few other categories. Is that part of the concern?
Yes, part of my concern with this is that I want to be able to see the mainstream vouchers, the VASH vouchers, all the special vouchers that we have in the city. I want to see them utilized before we start changing our HCV admin plan in order to be a little bit more free with this category. I'm not, we are going to be taking a lot of families that are available now to receive these vouchers off this list. That's not my intent to do that until, not that I won't support it, but I want to see these other programs be successful first.
In addition to. Yep.
I want to see the programs that we have currently be successful and be utilized the way it should be. And then once that's at full capacity, then come back to us with this.
Right. So I can, number one, I can assure you that they are being utilized. They are being successful in that regard. So I can definitely report on that. I'm not saying that they're 100% leased up because it's a continued work in progress, but they are being used and they are providing the service. So I will bring back a report for that.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, so I just, again, for the purposes of the policy discussion, so I understand getting a report card on those other programs, but the homeless crisis is still a crisis that's urgent. So I think I view that as a almost like a different lens to view public policy.
Right, but these programs that we do have currently are for that purpose. And I want to make sure that we're utilizing those programs before we take from the HCV program.
Okay, understood.
Okay, Councilman Pereira.
Councilman Vasu, I'm going to use the example that you used and just help me out here. Okay, a large family in a small unit. And we're looking to do something so we can get this large family in a bigger unit. But if there is a homeless family that would qualify to get into that bigger unit, but we already have a large family in a small unit, do we bump the homeless family that's looking for a place so that the large family can move into it?
And correct me if I'm wrong, we're not really talking about, we with the HCV program, the family qualifies for a certain amount of rooms. So with this homeless preference, yes, that family could potentially be bumped down and issued to the homeless family.
Okay, if that is the case, then how do we get the large family in a small unit again?
That's going to be our policy decision. That's what they want to change.
That's what you were asking.
Yes. So I want to see the programs that are currently in place be successful before we change policies.
So, Councilman Tehran? No, so you're asking right here on item number 2, then we received the report, and on item number 2, you're looking at the adoption of the proposed adoption of the homeless services program, including the continued solicitation of vouchers and so forth. So you want a yes or no on that item, number 2?
That item, the number 2 item, requires a process in and of itself, and ultimately approval. It come back in approval. And so within that ultimate process, I'm sure we can provide the report that Councilwoman
Good.
Basua
Okay.
is seeking.
So Councilman, we need a motion on this item. Is it both? A second, and we need a vote. Is that what?
I'm sorry, Council Mayor, what we're asking for is number 1, receive and file, and number 2, to direct the staff to prepare and present for your consideration, the Board of Commissioners, this program, including the preference, wherein I will report the success of the other vouchers and et cetera.
Okay, so that's your motion. Okay, and do we need a second?
So do I need to make that motion?
Well, he.
I know. Emilio made it. So should I say it?
So just to be clear, to receive and file something, you don't need a motion for it. You have received it. It is
Okay.
filed with the city clerk. So no
Okay.
motion is necessary, but number 2 is the one that
No, that's
requires
the
an action.
question I had.
Staff to come back with a success rate on the current programs that they have, and they also prepare the local preference in case we want to move forward at that time.
Okay, second,
Second.
second by Councilman Madrigal, roll call,
Question, is that what you were asking for? Motion?
number 2.
Yes, sir. The
Okay, so
ask
that
that
mimics-
Councilwoman Basua is asking is what I was asking. She added a piece to it, which I
Added
can do
addition
easily.
to. Okay, roll call,
Mayor?
yes, go ahead. Oh, this is not working. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. we go back on the.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is again, the Housing Authority, Agency, Governance and Finance Management Training. The recommendation that the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority, City of Oxnard, receive a presentation by William M. Rhodes, Portfolio Management Specialist, and UPCS/UPCS VSME for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and Governance Training. The lead the way is and the whistleblower protection.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This presentation is going to be delivered by HUD staff.
Okay.
And so I just want to introduce, William is in person. He's here. He's going to deliver the presentation. On virtual presence, he includes our PHA HUD rep, Rudy, and also Amina, who is going to lead us off. Thank
Okay,
you.
Rudy's gonna, who's?
Amina's going to lead off.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank
All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us join your meeting this evening. My name is Amina Bavan. I am the Director of the Los Angeles Office of Public Housing. Definitely, that was a great discussion on identifying homelessness as a need in the Oxnard community. And as Emilio has highlighted and noted, right, definitely since post-pandemic, right, there is a whole lot of attention and HUD's mission definitely involves tackling and addressing homelessness. I just got off a call with our LA partners and their COC LASA, which is definitely a beast for the LA County, our HACLA and LA County Housing Authorities Commission to address homelessness. So just definitely wanted to emphasize and highlight that HUD's mission and goals. Definitely our 2022-2026 strategic plans definitely emphasize reducing homelessness. And so definitely fits right in with the conversation that was had
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, definitely, again, wanted to introduce our new division director, William Rhodes, who's there with you all in person, who is our new division director and well-deserved promotion. He was previously Oxnard's portfolio management specialist, but you are in definite good hands with Rudy Rodriguez, who is the new PMS portfolio management specialist for Oxnard. And in setting up the conversations or the presentation for Bill, right, in achieving HUD's goals and missions, right, HUD also is committed to certain core values, right, and these include accountability, efficiency, fairness, and integrity. And so, these core values, HUD takes them seriously and definitely, wants our grantees to follow the same. And so in that vein, HUD developed the Lead the Way governance training to help train PHA board and staff on how they can meet these HUD core values. So with no further delays, I'm going to now turn it over to William Rhodes, who we fondly call Bill, who's going to take us through some of the highlights of this training. Bill?
Welcome, William.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm a pleasure to be here. This is my second time actually presenting this. On this occasion, when the executive director, Emilio, assumed his role, he contacted our office and asked for us to assist him with technical assistance about the staff and the programs that the Housing Authority administered. And so we actually drafted TA from HUD. CVR and Associates was selected for that. And as part of their outfocus, a final report, they recommended 5 topic areas. This originally started around the repositioning of public housing to Section 8 only. That was an initiative that HUD at the time was asking public housing if they wanted to be a part of. And that was the reason for the technical assistance. After that technical assistance, there was 5 areas. 2 of those areas were governance and whistleblower protection. And so tonight, we're going to it looks like a lot of slides, but I'll get through it pretty quick. So Lead the Way is a free online self-paced training designed primarily for public housing agency board members and commissioners. New and experienced board members alike can benefit from the curriculum. CEOs, CFOs, finance team.
So, one moment, please, we need to put up your. Just one, thank you.
So next page. Next page. Next page. That's where I'm at. Thank you. So the Lead the Way is a free and online self-paced training designed primarily for public housing agency board members and commissioners. New and experienced board members alike can benefit from the curriculum, as it says here, CEOs, CFOs, finance team, program managers can use the tool to hone their skills and improve the PHA operations. The first 3 sections cover the foundations of a public housing authority, fundamentals of oversight, roles and responsibilities, and public housing basics. You can ask the staff of the public housing to actually create account for the board members if you'd like. And then you would be prompted to create a login. You can create your own account. And once you will receive an email, you can go through the entire program. But tonight, we're going to try to get you a leg up on just the governance section of the program. So the objectives for tonight would be describe the role and functions of the board, discuss what boards should know, including the history of an agency, the mission, the developments and property, regulations and policies, and much more. We'll list the individual roles that make up the Board of Commissioners and summarize the relationship between commissioners and the executive directors. Next, please. One back. One back. Should be the roles and responsibilities. Oh, okay, yes, right there, thank you. The Board of Commissioners is the legally and financially responsible governing body of a public housing agency. The power of the board is vested in all members as a body, not individuals. So it's important that all members understand their roles and responsibility on the board. Although you are the City Council of Oxnard, you actually make up the board for the Oxnard Housing Authority, which is the reason for this. As a commissioner, you are charged with the governance of your local agency, provide oversight of the PHA, includes fiduciary obligations to ensure that the agency remains financially viable. You'll also learn about the roles and responsibilities of other key players in public housing, including the executive directors, other staff, HUD residents, and the community. Next, please. The role of the board. So through your leadership as a commissioner, the PHA can create a positive impact in the community. Your responsibility is to set and champion the mission of the PHA and to make strategic decisions to ensure the financial solvency of the agency. The board has the ultimate authority and accountability of the PHA. The board is also a civic trustee and must adhere to the community's values. Community perception is also very important to avoid negative press and headlines by approving prudent policies for your PHA. If the community has a negative perception of the PHA, it may ultimately harm your agencies and the families it serves. Leadership also means speaking up when you have concerns and not just approving what is proposed at meetings. Not taking an active role is a poor excuse for allowing faulty housing policies to be approved and implemented. Next, please. The compliance oversight. So your oversight responsibilities include monitoring the agency's ability to meet statutory, regulatory, and contractual obligations. The board must ensure that the agency is in compliance with laws and regulations, meeting their obligations on any audit recommendations. It must also ensure that the management team has put a system of approved internal controls in place to safeguard the agency's assets. Next, please. Financial oversight. You're responsible for safeguarding the financial integrity of the PHA and preventing fraud, waste, mismanagement, and abuse. The financial health of the PHA is in the board's hands. Commissioners have the following responsibilities: approving, reviewing, and monitoring budgets, contracts. The executive director draws up the budget for your review and approval. Ensuring expenditures are in compliance with federal, state, and local laws. Conducting monthly reviews of budgets with actual expenses and revenues to ensure that expenditures do not exceed revenue. Overseeing the annual audit process and reviewing the audit of the executive director. Making decisions that reflect corrective action as it pertains to any issue and/or problems that were raised in the annual audit. Next, please. Thank you. Operational oversight. Your responsibility is to ensure ethical, legal, and effective work performance. Keeping informed of subsidized housing industry rules and regulations. Reviewing personnel policy and position descriptions to ensure duties are separated to the point that adequate internal controls are maintained. Review independent public audits for problems. Be knowledgeable about your procurement policy and ensure that the board reviews and approves large procurements. Next, please. Board proceedings and board conduct. HUD would like you to attend and actively participate in all board meetings. Conducting and maintaining an accurate record of board proceedings is one of your key responsibilities as a commissioner. Next, please. What the board should know. So knowledge is powerful. Be informed about your PHA. Board members should be familiar with all governing documents, policies, and financial reports. Board members should also set aside time to periodically meet with all executive staff members to better understand their role and to establish a positive working relationship. It is also important to visit properties within the agency. Specifically, commissioners should know and review the following items: the agency's history, mission, vision, values, programs, financials, and current strategic plan. Roles and responsibilities of the board and the individuals. Key staff roles in the program of the agencies. Agency-owned developments and properties. Agency records and documents. Board and committee meeting processes, including open meeting requirements and confidentiality, and agency printed materials. You can go to the next, thank you. So of the programs, as Amelia talked about, you do have a public housing program with currently of 520 units. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, you were actually giving some new vouchers, so your number now is up to 1,904 vouchers. Batch vouchers, you have 77 batch vouchers, and you have to date have a 45% utilization rate for those. So,
Mr. Wood, hold on.
yes, sir.
Councilmember Rob.
Thank you. Would you mind repeating those numbers, sir?
Sure. On the public housing, you have 520 public housing units to date in our system. Housing Choice Voucher, regular vouchers, you have 1,904 vouchers. The emergency housing vouchers, you have 46. Mainstream vouchers, you have 40. And the HUD BASH program, you have 77 BASH.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Role of the board. So who makes up the Board of Commissioners? Upon assuming their office, commissioners take an oath to agree to uphold the Constitution and the laws pertaining to the agency. Acceptance of an appointment as a commissioner is an agreement to meet the leadership responsibilities implicit in the office of commissioner and to give the time and energy required to carry out the demands made on a commissioner. You may be asked by your appointing official to participate in the recruitment and selection process of additional board members. Consider candidates that possess recommended skills and expertise, administration, outreach and marketing, service provision, past service to other agencies in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, known positive reputation, and community connection. Next, please. In California, the state code at section 34271 establishes the Board of Commissioners for a housing authority. It lists the powers and authority of the PHA, the purpose and responsibilities of the PHA, board member qualifications, appointments to and removal from the board in terms of office and other PHA requirements. Each state, next please. Each state has its own laws guiding the makeup of Public Housing Board of Commissioners. Boards must have resident commissioners, individuals who are residents of public housing, elected to the board through open election. Resident commissioners not only bring their unique skills and asset to the role, but they also bring their perspective of living in public housing and hearing the concerns of their fellow residents. The Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998 established the requirements for a resident appointment to the governing board of PHAs. California Housing Authority law, it has at least 5 commissioners, 2 commissioners of who tenants or tenants of the authority. One such tenant commissioner shall be over 62 years of age if the authority has tenants of such age. Next, please. Yes.
Mr. Rhodes, go ahead, Perillo.
If the members of the Housing Authority that are not here tonight, are they expected to review this presentation?
Yes.
Because we have one of the commissioners is ill, and couldn't make it tonight, so.
And since it's actually online, you can get with the staff and they can actually
can go
make
ahead.
sure they have this.
For the training.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mhm.
Thank you. The commissioner's role is governance, establishing policy and ensuring oversight. The executive director's role is management. Commissioners and executive directors need to be cognizant of one another's roles without overstepping or undermining the other. The executive director is the bridge between the board, HUD, the PHA staff, residents, and the community. The board delegates the authority and day-to-day responsibility for the overall operations of the housing authority to its executive staff. All documentation from the PHA staff, the residents, HUD, and other stakeholders goes to the executive director. Specifically, the executive director has the following responsibilities: disseminates information to the board and keeps commissioners informed of any problems, concerns, major resident issues, financial status, or changes in law, maintains decent, safe, and sanitary units and resident programs, develops, implements, and oversees the operating budgets and handles all fiscal functions for the Board of Commissioners, ensures compliance with all federal laws, HUD guidelines, the regulations, handbooks, notices, and circulars. The executive director signs all financial reports, contracts, and other official correspondence submitted to the board, HUD, or appropriate agencies. He manages the day-to-day operations of the PHA, hires, evaluates, trains, and terminates staff, and executes board-approved policies. Next, please. The role of the executive staff. The executive team at a PHA includes more than the executive director or chief executive officer. Depending on the size of the agency, there may be a chief operation officers, chief financial officer, director of housing operations, maintenance manager, manager of community development, Director of Communications, Administration of Planning and Stability, a voucher program manager, and other equivalent staff. The staff members are hired by the executive director and are concerned with the day-to-day management. As a commissioner, get to know these staff members. They can be important resources for your understanding of the PHA. Next, please. The role of the residents. The most important voice in public housing is that of the residents. All PHAs must have a resident advisory board that consults on the agency's annual and 5-year plans and other topics as they arise. PHAs may also have a resident action committee, RAC, or resident councils. Organizations established by residents and completely independent of owners, management, and their representatives. These groups, along with your resident commissioners, can provide an important perspective on the most pressing issues facing the community of residents. You should also get out, walk around these communities, and get to know the people you serve. Next, please. Role of HUD. HUD interprets the laws handed down by Congress, develop the regulations to guide PHAs. These regulations are distilled in the annual contributions contract, a legally binding contract between HUD and the PHA. It is through the ACC that the PHA and HUD set the terms for the federal funds. HUD is a resource for PHAs. HUD guidebooks, notices, and handbooks are important tools to guide your oversight. They're also available through the HUD field office or regional office and headquarters. If you're looking for HUD clarification or assistance on an issue, speak with your executive director first, as the PHA staff may already know the answer or may be able to help you find it. Next, please. The Whistleblower Protection Act was established to ensure that employees and applicants who disclose allegations of serious wrongdoing or gross mismanagement are free from fear or reprisal for their disclosures. The Whistleblower Act also provides remedies if an employee is subject to reprisal for covered disclosures and provides penalties for supervisors who retaliate against whistleblowers. Next, please. A disclosure is protected under the Whistleblower Protection Act if an employee discloses information the employee reasonably believes to be true in the following areas: a violation of any law, rule, or regulation, mismanagement, a gross waste of funds, an abuse of authority, or a substantial and specific danger to public health or safety. Next, please. This will be my last one. It is the public policy of the state of California to encourage employees to notify an appropriate government or law enforcement agency person with authority over the employee or another employee with authority to investigate, discover, or correct a violation or non-compliance, and to provide information to and testify before a public body conducting an investigation, hearing, or inquiry when they have reason to believe the employer is violating a state or federal statute or violating or not complying with a local, state, or federal rule or regulation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Excellent
welcome.
presentation. Thank you. Any questions, council members? One of the things that was mentioned too is our housing commissioners are ill and they're not here today. So potentially, or maybe our housing director can go ahead and supply this presentation to them. So. Councilman Perrello.
Yes, thank you very much. Sometimes the rules change in the field in a timeline. The rules change and we're operating in the rules that were in place. We're doing reports on rules in place and then the rules change and we can get dinged on that. Is that very unique or does it happen with some regularity in your system?
That would be very unique.
Okay.
HUD does its best to make sure that the public housing agents are well aware of ahead of time of any changes we make. And we actually do our best to make sure they implement those changes. So we are aware when we come out to do any type of overview or something, we make sure that we don't ding you for anything that's old.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions, Mr. Rose? Well, thank you again for the presentation and thank you for
Thank you, sir.
making the trip from LA to here.
Oh, actually, I'm a Oxnard resident.
Oh, you are?
I
Okay.
am. Thank you.
Well, thank you for living here. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Yeah, okay. Do we have any public comments on this item? Madam Clerk? I don't see, let me see, I don't see any public comments on this. Mr. Portello, you were here for that appointment.
He's here for,
You want to come up? Okay.
thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. The Housing First is an epic failure, which the federal and state government keep doubling down on. We are throwing billions into a program that ignores some root causes of chronic homelessness, substance abuse, 50%, mental illness, 30%. 75% of chronically homeless suffer from one or both. Many both, called co-occurring illness, 50%. You cannot solve homelessness unless you get to the root causes. It's not just the lack of housing or giving rent-free permanent supportive housing without mandating treatment enrollment. Ventura County discontinued the co-occurring treatment program in 2019. We also do not have a detox center with supported housing. The nearest is in Tarzana. Putting homeless in motels without adequate oversight is dangerous, as we saw with the deaths in the Vagabond Inn. It exacerbates social isolation, depression, and other mental illnesses like bipolar disorder. Many homeless prefer alley or encampment or behind a bush in the neighborhood. The homeless industrial complex is getting wealthy while human suffering grows. There is little or no accountability in having metrics for success or efficient administration of funds. This takes much needed dollars away from programs that actually result in better outcomes. The investments back into communities that are marginalized and underserved. What we can do, focus on programs that directly address mental illness and addiction, build stronger partnerships with local nonprofits, private sector, and the community to have shared costs for mutual benefit, reform zoning laws, CEQA, better permitting process, and other impediments to increasing housing supply and affordability. Nothing is for free. Someone is paying for it. If we are going to pay for programs that address social ills, we must at least closely examine effectiveness and cost effectiveness. If they are not working, we need to make a change in our approach. My focus as a homeless advocate has been in three basic human needs: access to toilets, access to water, trash removal. The whack-a-mole policy, as stated by our city manager, is a total waste of money and destabilizes those suffering from mental illness. Encampment evictions waste hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars and solve nothing. They just return or regroup to other
30 seconds.
or end up in neighborhoods. It only provides more distrust and resistance to any services offered. So the homeless must be an integral part of the solution, not just a nuisance to be rid of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is, this is the opening ceremonies. No other speakers, Madam Clerk, excuse me.
Mayor, no, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person.
We're in the audience. Okay, thank you so much. Our open ceremonies, this is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. But before we do that, I have a moment of silence for two individuals. We have Mary Barreto, that was a longtime city employee that passed away. She was worked under the Community Relations Program for many, many years for the city of Oxnard. And also we have Mr. David Harsuck, who was a longtime city employee who worked for Public Works for years and years too. So we'll have a little moment of silence after the pledge. So please join me in saluting our flag. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is item F, and this is I'd like to speak on items that are on the agenda. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I want to start off with Steve Kelly, followed by Douglas Portillo. Steve Kelly. This item's not on the agenda. Is he virtual or is Steve Kelly?
Yeah, Steve Kelly has not called in.
Okay, so then our next speaker would be Douglas Portillo. Items not on the agenda, 3 minutes. And he's going to be followed by Al Velasquez.
Thank you again, Mayor. Thank you for your time. What I'd like to speak on tonight is about the secret LMD audit from the 2016 NBS audit of our LMDs. We paid $25,000 for an audit, and we've seen all of it but one portion that's dealing with the administrative fees. So a number of reasons have been given why the public can't see this. So one of the reasons that have been given was that there's a draft exemption. So a draft exemption is if a document is in a draft form, then that document can be destroyed and does not have to be shared with the public. But this is not a draft document. This is a published document. So other reasons have been given. One thing that's been mentioned that it did go before closed session back in January of 2018. And it was Bert Perillo and it was Oscar Madrigal that brought that before the 5-member board at that time. And much to their credit, I really appreciate they doing that back in 2018. So it went to closed session, it went to a vote. It was a 2-3 vote. So those 2 members of the council did all they could to try to make this an agenda item. But I believe it was incorrectly stated recently at a forum by a candidate that that can only be done once. So as far as the procedure and policy manual for the city council, there is no such limitation. And now we have a 7-member council, and we actually have some new members on the council at this time as well. So I believe that that's an important item that the public should be made aware of. Tim Flynn had said at one point that there may be some liability issues there. Well, that notwithstanding, we paid for it as the public, and we should see it. So if there's anything that needs to be revealed, I think the public has a right to know. Gabe Turan had said at one meeting that he actually had read the document and there was nothing there. So I was very gratified to hear that from Mr. Turan. So if there's nothing there, then I guess there isn't any real reason that the public shouldn't see it, right? So if there is something there, and let's just say that with the administration fees, if there's something in which, maybe something in the past wasn't done exactly correctly, right? And there may be some money that might be returned. So we just recently had a lawsuit about the Renew Oxnard program with our LMDs, right? So there was some money that was used. It violated the Lighting and Landscaping Act. So that money, the $201,000 that NBS spent on this public engagement program was returned. So the LMDs collect about 1.4 million. So let's say the admin fees were a little bit higher than they should have been, or something wasn't right. We're not talking about mega millions of dollars to be returned. But if that's the case, let's clear the slate. Let's have better transparency. And I think we'll get better trust with our local government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Al Velasquez, followed by Lang Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Al Velasquez. I am
Good
a
evening.
lifelong resident of Oxnard, just like you, Mr. Sorogosa. I'm here this evening to ask you the following questions regarding our duly elected city treasurer, Phil Molina. In 2016, as you know, Phil Molina was elected as Oxnard City Treasurer. His annual salary then was $150,000. My question is, why did you reduce his annual salary to a meager $20,700 a year? Now, please note, our elected city treasurer oversees and invests the city's $358 million city investment portfolio. Last fiscal year, 2022, Phil Molina earned over $4,400,000 in investment interest for the city of Oxnard. And you choose to pay him $20,500. Now, I have a question my next question is, why do you allow the city manager, Alex, to strip the city treasurer of the following duties? The duly elected city treasurer, Phil Molina, no longer has ready access to the city's computer system which used to allow him to review all the source documents and make sure all the items do not exceed the budget approved by the city council. The elected city treasurer, Phil Molina, no longer controls or oversees the usage of the signature stamp or the security of the signature stamp for authorizing checks or purchase order payments. Why do you do that? The city manager, Alex, now has authority to choose who he wants to use the signature stamp to make payments, not the duly elected city treasurer, Phil Molina. And that is where the potential financial liability risk is of inappropriate spending and embezzlement. I believe a unscrupulous future city manager could give his chief financial officer a directive to wire transfer $100 million to a shell company in France where there is no extradition, and have his appointed assistant to the treasurer authorize the money transfer approval. Should that happen, the city of Oxnard would be out $100 million. I do not believe we presently have adequate check and balance security. The city manager also denied the 20 staff members the city treasurer Phil Molina used to have to fulfill his previous duties. In closing, you need to instruct the city manager, Alex, to stop harassing and bullying our duly elected city treasurer Phil Molina and have him restore all the previous duties he used to have. Now, please clarify or correct any questions which I asked you today. Our city elected treasurer, Phil Molina. It's gone on too long.
Okay, Lang Martinez, followed by Diane Belsey. Lang Martinez. 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, as you know, I'm disabled, I'm blind, so, by the way, you get to pose for pictures because you're like in a telephone booth and everybody's watching you right now. My name is Lang Martinez, I'm a homeless advocate. Thank you, Doug, and thank you, sir, in regards to what you said. I'm not the first person to come out of homelessness or addiction. I am the first individual in Ventura County to make a noise and make a difference. My stories, my articles are known all over the world, not just here in your little box. You can go to my site, Lang Martinez, or you can join me on the Nobody Knows But Me Lang Journey, and it talks about what I do here in Oxnard and all over. So I got 2 minutes and 23 seconds. You know, they were talking about some things. We have a site. I left my attorneys. I got 4 of them. Hi, Catherine. So in regards, I spoke to my attorney earlier today, and as you know, you guys are on this email with me, and you have this person named Emmanuel Herrera. Emmanuel Herrera. He has a site, which is social media. It's called Citizens for a Better Oxnard. He has 12,000 people on that following him, but he dictates the narrative of basically who to vote for. And those people that he's narrating the vote for, he gets something from you. Whether it's to bring his car shows here, it might be a Happy Meal coupon. He's still getting paid. That's illegal. So when you have 12,000 people that are going to be voting in elections, such as people like Doug Bartello, Tia Hartley, people that are citizens, or you take people off sites like me that have done well in the community and given back. People like Lucy Cañeda, right? And you're dictating the narrative to a vote, and he is somehow getting paid. There's been rumors when he makes a comment in regards to Philip Molina, in regards to Aaron Starr, right? My boy or whatever the clan. Well, you know, it said that that Emmanuel Herrera is Alex Nugent's boy. What they say, or Emilio's, or you. So what he's doing by the narrative of something that's illegal, he's directing the vote. You can't do that. So if he takes me off and he wants to talk shit about Tia Hartley or about Doug Bartello, you can't do that. So he's controlling 12,000 people because he gets something from one of you people. He does get paid. So rumor is that he's your boy. And if he's his boy, see, I don't make my public opinions, and I got a lot of followers. You know what? It's freedom of speech, and you can do what you want, and who you vote for. Those are your opinions. He might be Jason's boy. I don't know, but he's getting something. He's getting something. So he is getting payment. So that narrative in regards to manipulating the vote on social media, Citizens for a Better Oxnard. And he's narrating by kicking off citizens that have done things for this community. And it's for his own benefit. Or is it benefiting you?
Diane Velsey, followed by Steve Nash. Diana.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. My name is Diana Belze. I am first Vice Chair of INCO and a member of Inco Activation Committee and Chair of Orchard Park Council, Neighborhood Council. I am here today to provide our residents, City Council, and staff information on upcoming neighborhood cleanups, also known as neighborhood bulky item drop-off days, and if time permits, provide updates on neighborhood activations this year. The neighborhood cleanups scheduled through the end of the year is October 22nd, 2022, Fremont South and Fremont North will be hosting together. And the event will be held at Old Oxnard High School campus, the Bell Gym at 350 South K Street. On October 22nd, 2022, Cabrillo neighborhood will also be having a neighborhood cleanup at Cabrillo Park, 1600 Ebony Drive. November 5th, 2022, River Park will be hosting El Rio West at Vineyard Park, 2790 Smoky Mountain Drive. Bryce Canyon North will be hosting Bryce Canyon South at Carly Park South, 3900 South F Street. That is also on November 5th, 2022. On November 19th, 2022, Orchard Park will be hosting Wagon Wheel at Orchard Park at 2130 Edelweiss Street. Hobson Park East will be hosting Hobson Park West at Community Center Park East, 800 Hobson Parkway. That will be the last one for the year for the neighborhoods. In December 3rd, 2022, the city will be hosting a Del Norte drop-off event at 111 South Del Norte Boulevard. The Inco Activation Committee has been working on getting inactive neighborhoods that have never had a council or just have been inactive for years to become re-inactivated. We're also helping neighborhoods that are having a slow start since or having difficulty since the COVID. And the following neighborhoods, we have been successful in getting new councils on is Wagon Wheel. The new chair is Amanda Meir. Tierra Vista, new chair Jean Paul Magallanes, and I'm probably destroying that name, so I apologize to him in advance. Bartolo's Square South is Justin Richards, is the new chair. Cal Giesler is Elizabeth Garcia. Blackstock South, Chris Bissonette, and Bryce Canyon South is pending election on October 26th. Thank you.
Thank you. And also we want to thank Jack Villa for doing an excellent job with that too. Thank you so much for the report. Okay, any additional, Steve Nash, excuse me, Steve. Mhm.
Good evening. It's good to see you all.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Nash, and I am running for the District 5 Governing Board seat of Callegas Municipal Water District. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your vote if you live in District 5. District 5 is kind of a hodgepodge of the northern half of Oxnard and the western half of Camarillo, so it is what it is. Water will continue to be a prime concern in this area. Climate change will force us to rethink how we source our water. The watershed that supplies the Colorado River is experiencing an epic drought. Our allotment from the Colorado River will continue to shrink. The same drought condition is affecting the Sierra Nevada, whose snowpack feeds the State Water Project. The State Water Project conveyance system is also highly vulnerable to seismic events. To ensure that Callegas has the continued ability to supply water to its customers, they must continue to strengthen its infrastructure and develop new water sources. Oxnard has done much to ensure its residents have a resilient and sustainable water supply, but the city needs advocates on the water boards to push for conjunctive water use, cooperation among the water agencies, and the hardening of the water delivery infrastructure. I believe I am that person. I will bring integrity, experience, and knowledge to the Callegas board. I am very honored to have the support and endorsement of our entire city council and the late Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. And I thank you for that. You can find out more about me on my Facebook page and Twitter feed, Nash for Water. So I want to thank you for your time and the chance to humbly ask you for your vote. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, any other speakers on the items under the agenda, whether from the audience or virtually?
Chair, yes, we do have one person with phone number ending 6377, raise his hand.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending 6377, please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and City Council, my name is Manuel Herrera, the proud creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. And to Lang Martinez, hey, I'm nobody's boy, okay? Just for the record. I wanted to talk about the recent court ruling that Aaron Starr has been bragging about. I personally read the entire court ruling, and although I'm no attorney, here is my conclusion in simple English. There are certain neighborhoods in Oxnard that pay an assessment fee that goes towards the cost of services for landscaping, maintenance, etc. Many of these services are underfunded. Why? Because in some areas, there were no built-in rate increases in these fees, meaning some residents are paying for the cost of these services at today's prices while being charged a fee that was established many, many years ago with no or minimal rate increases. What the city wanted to do is hire a consulting group to establish community outreach in an effort to resolve this issue. The question was, who will pay for it? The people who live in these areas and are the ones receiving these services, or every citizen of Oxnard, even though not all of us live in these districts? So it seems that the city decided, in an effort to be fair, to charge only those residents who live in these districts for the cost of this outreach. Then along comes the almighty Aaron Starr, who doesn't even live in these districts, who decided to sue the city, saying every citizen of Oxnard should pay for the community outreach, even though we don't all live in these districts. Honestly, and in all fairness, I see both sides of this issue. Technically, the LMD rules don't consider community outreach as incidental expenses, and therefore can't be billed to the LMD residents. It has to be paid by the general fund, meaning, and as the judge stated, it has to be paid by the many and not a select few. So although the city had good intentions, and the judge said so himself, everyone has to pay for this. There is one other thing worth noting. The judge also ruled that he was dismissing Starr as a petitioner because, and I quote, he could not demonstrate association standing. My translation from the judge, Aaron Starr, this is none of your business. You don't even live in these districts, so stay out of it. And to the city, would you please quit giving Aaron Starr a reason to come out of seclusion? I thought we had gotten rid of the guy, and then all of a sudden this happens, and then he reappears. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any other speakers, either audience or virtually?
Yes, Chair, we have one more speaker with phone number ending 9442. Speaker with phone number ending 9442, can you please press *6 to unmute?
Hi, this is Deirdre Frank. I'm listening to this meeting.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes, this is Deirdre Frank. I'm watching your meeting. Mr. Martinez, I'm replying to your public comment. You know, Manuel Herrera maintains his Citizens for a Better Oxnard on Facebook. I would suggest if you have a gripe with it, you report it to Facebook. The city has no control over what's posted on Facebook. So to imply that this city is corrupt, that the employees are corrupt, that the city council is corrupt and paying Mr. Herrera for his commentary on elections, candidates, etc., I think is totally irresponsible on your part. And I think you owe every public servant an apology for that allegation. Similarly, Mr. Velasquez, you imply the same thing. With respect to our city treasurer, I can tell you that he, in his private capacity, has hounded me with hundreds of emails over the years. I have put in my request to please be removed from all of his email lists, from his email propaganda that he sends me, and he doesn't listen to me. So there may be reasons what's going on between the city and Mr. Molina. I don't know, because the minute I see anything that's coming from him, I delete it. This is why we have courts. The court is going to decide the issues between Mr. Molina and the city, just like the court decided the issue between Mr. Starr and the city with respect to the landscape maintenance districts. That has just been dragged out with a ton of misinformation. And I'm glad to see that it's finally coming to light with some factual distinctions and some explanations from Mr. Herrera, no less, about the judge's decision. Thank you very much for bringing some of these issues to light.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any of the speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Okay, our next item then is item G. This is a report of the city manager. And we start off with G1 with the pub. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have three quick updates starting
Okay.
with that. And for that, I'm going to ask our Public Works Director to introduce, we have a guest tonight to give an update on the water issues. And then I have two more items right after that.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. We've been giving updates. It's from a staff level on the drought. I figured it's an opportunity to bring one of our partners in and have an update from Cayugas. So Dan Drugan from our Cayugas Municipal Water District will provide an update for about 5 minutes, and we'll have a presentation as well.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Dan Drugan. I'm here with Cayugas Water District, and we thought very brief update right now on where we're at with the emergency drought. Right here, we have on the title slide an image of Oroville, just how that looked a few months ago. Next slide. And this is the most important slide right now that I want to convey tonight. Some key takeaways, and it's that our next water year has officially kicked off, and the water year starts October 1st and it runs through September 30th. And right now, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration predicts a 75% chance of La Nina through this winter, and that's December through February. And of course, as we know, La Nina translates to a warmer and drier climate for Southern California, a lot of the moisture being pushed up to the Pacific Northwest. What this means is that the emergency water restrictions will continue through at least June of next year. We've actually put in some new human health and safety orders, and that's the base supply that we have for our residents to serve indoor water uses for calendar year 2023. It's the full year. And that will result in new allocations, and we use those as targets for our purveyors beginning next year in January. And so our best case scenario right now will be the ability to keep that option to maintain a 1 day per week watering restriction through the winter and the early spring until a new state water project allocation is announced for 2023. We expect that actually a 0% state water project announcement will come in December as the initial announcement from the state. So that means that a no outdoor water use restriction is still possible and on the table for 2023. But some good news is that through the end of this year, this calendar year, we expect that a no outdoor water use situation will not occur, but definitely on the table for next year, probably as soon as late spring, summertime of next year. Next slide. Of course, you've seen this slide before. We're dealing with climate change, preparing for the 4th consecutive year of below average Sierra snowpack. Next slide. And these are the areas that are impacted by the shortfall of state water project supplies. It includes to the west, northwest of Metropolitan, Callegas, Las Virgenes, the city of Los Angeles, and then to the east, the San Gabriel Valley, a portion of Three Valleys Water District, and then the Chino Basin Water District. Next slide. Very briefly here, how we track this at the metropolitan level is with all of those agencies together and how we can conserve state water project supplies. That shaded area right there on that graph actually represents the projected demand based on historical deliveries. That dotted line is where we need to meet conservation through this period of June through December of this year. What's great news, what we see right there is how we've tracked with water use. We're below that dotted line, that volumetric limit, and that's given us great confidence that we can maintain the 1-day-a-week watering restriction through the end of this year. Next slide. However, on a Callegas level, how we extract from that graph looks like this, and we are in fact over our dotted line, our volumetric limit, by about 14%. Next slide. And that's represented right here as we look as a collective with all these agencies. Callegas about 14% over its volumetric limit. You can see Las Virgenes over there, 45% over, and then how the other agencies are under. But overall, as a collective, we're on target. That's great news. Next slide. At Callegas, we do track water conservation on a weekly basis. We email the staff here at Oxnard, and it's been great to work with them through this crisis right now. And in fact, you can see on this slide that the city of Oxnard is actually the most efficient user of state water project water in the service area. And you can definitely chalk that up to great efforts here by the residents of Oxnard to conserve water. We really thank you for that. And then also, of course, the microclimate here being cooler, and then high density. How this allocation program works is it allocates supplies based on population served, and the city of Oxnard being the highest populated city within the Callegas district. Next slide.
Mayor,
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Do you have a power
Sure.
pointer where you can circle that for residents who may not see it and show Oxnard where we stand with everybody else?
Which
Is
we're doing
there a
great.
pointer on your Apparatus or somebody.
Oh, here we go.
You do an excellent job of the presentation, and I know you're very skilled at it because you do it a lot, but the residents may not pick up on that, and it's very significant just how much and how well the city of Oxnard's done.
Sure. So if I just point this at it'll pick it up, or? Oh, top button. I got you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Ah, there we go.
There we go.
Wow, great technology. So right here, you can see on the left, this column, these are all the Callegas purveyors that we are tracking right now. And actually, this slide represents the large Callegas purveyors, so the cities and the large water agencies that we serve. And what's great to see is that Oxnard right here on this row is in fact the most efficient user of state water project supplies on a gallons per capita per day basis, 62% under its target that we've outlined here at Callegas.
Well, that's excellent. We need to be proud of that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and I have to chalk it up. I mean, you've got a great group here working on public outreach, conservation. The city of Oxnard staff has done a great job on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, and so Councilmember Perillo is actually a member of our Southeast Ventura County Drought Task Force. And a lot of those agencies that you just saw on the last slide, the large water agencies, were all working together to tackle these three issues. You know, how can we respond to the current crisis right now and conserve water supplies? Bring in extraordinary water supply. We're currently doing that at Callegas by pumping from our Las Posas ASR facility located near Moore Park. And then finally here, how can we inform policy change to make sure that we can shore up our water supplies in the future? So coordinating with the Metropolitan Water District or other agencies down here that have additional local supply capabilities to shore that up for everyone. Finally, just two last slides here. I want to touch on some leadership changes that we have with our local water districts. The Metropolitan Water District actually just on October 11th elected a new chairman, Adan Ortega, and that represents a pretty big shift in leadership for the agency. Director Ortega has been a very staunch supporter of local supply development. So we expect with his new position here, he might be accelerating more investment in local resources in the future. So that's a good thing for us. And then finally, at Callegas, we have two directors that are retiring, Director Santa Maria and Director Blois. Both represent in full the city of Oxnard. So District 4, which is Director Santa Maria's seat, that includes South Oxnard and Port Hueneme area. And then District 5, that's Director Blois's seat, that's West Camarillo and North Oxnard. So keep tabs on your ballots there. We do have 2 elections coming up here for the city of Oxnard.
Well, thank you so much.
you.
And again, let's commend Oxnard for working us with a water shortage. Thank you so much for an excellent presentation.
Thank you. So that's our standing update on the drought.
Do we to make a motion on this item first?
No, we
Not
don't
yet?
have an item this week.
This one?
Right, but the standing update, in lieu of the standing updates we had on COVID for so long, hopefully that won't return. I have 2 more things. So first of all, on the comments about the elected city treasurer, I simply recommend that if people are curious about what happened, that you go back to the May 5th, 2020 City Council meeting. You can view that entire meeting on our website. And that can hopefully explain what happened, what occurred, and most importantly, why. So that's all I'll say about that. Next, I'm actually going to do something that's unusual. I'm going to share a 1-minute video from the city of Thousand Oaks. So we're going to cue that up. Because I think there's a tremendous lack of understanding with regard to Housing First. That program, basically, it means the housing is the first tool, not the only tool. Otherwise, the program would be called Housing Only. It's Housing First, meaning housing is simply the first tool. Everything else comes in play after that. But this is significant, so we can press play and then I'll address this real quick.
Securing that $27 million in home key funding to address homelessness in our community was a very significant event for our community. Today, we're going to break ground on a most important and practical project to date. This project will help people begin again and provide significant support for whatever needs to build their confidence, give them stability, and create a path for them to move forward.
The unique proposition that we're offering here today is that we are bringing private sector dollars to what's traditionally been a public sector problem. And I think the efficiencies of what we bring in partnership with Step Up, who is all about the property management and supportive services, are creating an opportunity for the state and for local government to take taxpayer dollars and move them further.
Thank you. So I wanted to highlight that because that is a 77-unit permanent supportive housing project for the homeless community of Thousand Oaks in Thousand Oaks. And it is a tremendous partnership, just like the one we're doing here in Oxnard and others that we all need to do. It's a very significant progress because, again, this is happening in Thousand Oaks. So in addition to our partnerships with the county and the efforts in the city of Ventura, we are working alongside the county in pushing the other cities in our county to step up and provide services. So I wanted to highlight this because I know some people are afraid that if we provide homeless services, that everyone will come here. So I just want to share that. Other cities are starting to step up. I think it's very significant that this occurred in Thousand Oaks. And we, again, along with the county, we continue to encourage all of the cities in Ventura County to provide homeless services in their hometowns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, on G1, do we have a motion to adopt that resolution? No, we don't? Okay.
No,
thank you.
Mayor, there is no new director
Thank-
order to ratify.
All right, thank you so much. Our next item, well, excuse me, any additional speakers on?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers for this item.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item H, and this is council members. And this is a time for the council members to make any brief announcements. of some of their activities and also to ask if there's any items should be placed in future agendas. 3 minutes, council members. Councilman Turan, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to give some very quick updates here. Tomorrow, the Wagon Wheel Neighborhood Council will be meeting at 6 o'clock. And they'll be meeting at the park in their development, Wagon Wheel Park. And then the following day on Thursday, South Bank Neighborhood Council will be having an election meeting. And the current interim chair has made it clear in public that he does not intend to run for that seat. And so hoping that folks in that neighborhood would be willing to step in to continue the work that he has been able to do in trying to get that neighborhood council back off the ground post-pandemic. I would like to say send a thank you to the INCO for holding a candidates forum for all the candidates running for office. But I just especially wanted to publicly thank Mr. Ron Arwejo, Mr. Len Schulman, Mr. Guido Goldner, and Mr. Chris DeConey for being part of the planning committee in reviewing that meeting after the fact, where they elected to plan the meeting. The body, most folks did vote to hold a forum, but nobody was readily jumping to be part of the planning committee to make it happen. And because of the limitations of Zoom, I couldn't see who the dissenting votes were who didn't want to hold a forum, but it sounded like there were a couple. But I do want to thank those folks that I mentioned, because without their efforts, there would not have been that opportunity for the public to hear directly from the candidates who are running for the offices to represent them in the city of Oxnard. So thank you to all of you. And I also want to thank Ms. Velsey, who came as the first vice chair for the INCO. She gave an update for what was going on with the INCO, what they've been working on, which, as you could hear, is some really great work. And I know when I was involved in INCO, there was always something that the executive board wanted to do, is give regular updates to council. And so I'm happy to see that. Thank you for coming out and doing that as the first vice chair. I invite the INCO to please continue to do that, have the chair or vice chairs update the council, because it's not just updating us, it's updating the public on all the stuff that they've been up to, and all of those reactivated or newly activated neighborhoods, as well as the neighborhood cleanups, are majorly important for people to know about. And the last thing I'll say is about the neighborhood cleanups. I want to commend our staff for doing a great job. You may have received an email from Mr. Sergio Garcia, who's the chair of the Sierra Linda neighborhood, and he had nothing but glowing reviews and remarks to state about our staff's organization and coordination of that event. And he's been doing that role a long time. I believe he said it's the best iteration he's ever experienced of that event. And I'm happy to hear that. And my neighborhood's having it this coming weekend, as is Fremont North. So looking forward to participating. And lastly, I know she's now Supervisor Lopez, but I do want to thank then Councilmember Lopez, who joined me in asking that we reactivate or go back to the neighborhood cleanup model. And I thank staff for being willing to work with the INCO and neighborhood councils on making that happen, because as we can hear, it's working well. They're happy with it, and you're all doing a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, over the last 2 weeks, I had the pleasure of meeting with people concerning issues in East Village, the new Del Sol High School, the new Rose Avenue School, and about Sports Park. This past Sunday, I had the privilege of being invited to Grace Life Church, which is actually newly named what used to be New Trinity Church, which is on the corner of Camino del Sol and Rose Avenue. And I believe last meeting I did forget to give a special thanks to staff for the new stop sign on the corner of Marquita and First Street. I know there had been issues there over the last few months, and hopefully with the new stop sign, things will be resolved. And lastly, The election's right around the corner, so please go out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Masua.
Thank you. I'm going to be fairly quick. I just want to wish my niece a happy 27th birthday, Jenny.
Oh, happy birthday. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank, it's nice to see a crowd in the audience tonight. It's been a long, long time. I want to thank the INCO for the forum, the opportunity to attend. I want to thank Ms. Velza for the work that she's doing. And Ms. Velza is doing a lot more than just coming to public comment. She's putting out flyers personally on her own to reactivate neighborhoods. Thank you very much, Diana. Had the opportunity to attend the vigil service for Mr. Efren Gore. And also had an opportunity to attend for Supervisor Ramirez. But on this deal with Mr. Efren Gore, my opinion, Bert Perello's opinion, Mr. Gore did a tremendous amount to touch young people's lives in this community. And there should be some sort of recognition coming for that. I don't know what, but I believe that there needs to be something. We hand out accolades for various things. Mr. Gore, I know personally touched a tremendous amount of young people for the better. And a lot of those young people have made a tremendous accomplishments in their lives. We have some sterling examples, gems working for this city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We're good. Okay, the next item is the review of the information consent items. And we have items 1 through 7. And we also have some speakers before we go into those items. We have first, Mr. Doug Portello, K1. This is an info consent item, K1. And he's going to be followed by Alicia Purcell, and also Ray Platel. You first. Portello, K1, consent. And that's
Okay. Actually, it was K2 that I'd like to speak on.
oh, I'm sorry, that's what it is. That's what I have here.
If there's anybody for K1, I guess they can go before me.
Okay, then we'll go ahead. That's what it says, K1 here.
This is the time for anybody that wants to speak on any of the consent. calendar
Right,
items.
but
All right, so it's K2. I'd like to
okay, we'll
speak
go
on
ahead
that.
and K2 then.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
So I'm very glad that this work is going forward. We need a lot of work on our deferred maintenance on our infrastructure. It's just one of the vital parts of having a city, really, is sewage, water, wastewater. We had an engineering company come in 2016, Carollo, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. They came in, did a professional job, and they looked at water, wastewater, and trash. And I focused on the wastewater part of it because of the Teal Club development and the possible impact that that development may have on our sewer system, because we're going to add more demand on that system. So I specifically was looking at the sewer collection pipes. And in that analysis and report, that they had taken a look at the entire city of Oxnard, and there were several areas in Oxnard where there was a problem with surcharge. So surcharge is when the sewage backs up because at any particular time, it may not be able to handle the sewage at that particular time. So they look at it during, wet season and dry season. But what they found is there were significant areas in which Oxnard needs to upgrade the pipes. So basically they're a certain diameter and they need to be widened because we've been developing, we've been growing, increased population, increased demand. And their estimate for that cost in 2016 was 145 million. So we know with supply chain shortages, we know increased in cost of material and labor. So that was 8 years ago. So now we can only imagine, what those cost increases have had over this time, and particularly with COVID and those effects on the cost and budgeting these necessary works. So I don't see a lot with our capital improvement projects concerning the pipes themselves. I know some work is being done. I'd like to encourage more work being done, particularly with the addition of these developments, in particular Teal Club, because that's right next to my neighborhood. And when the sewage backs up, let me tell you, that's when it gets real. And so I'm just hoping that, we can push those essential projects forward. And I certainly have a lot of concerns about some of the priorities, like $60 million swimming pools in the middle of a drought and bonding that out. And when we start bonding things out, bonds are necessary. So it's a part of running a government. You can't just pay everything cash. You got to bond things out. But when we do these bonds, then sometimes that can affect our ability to bond other things, like the seawall, like the flood basin in River Park and the sewer pipes. So we've done a lot of work with the wastewater treatment plant, and there have been some tremendous progress made, increased capacity of storage and whatnot, but it's really those collection pipes, and hopefully we can see a lot more work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for K3 is Alicia Purcell, and also followed by Ray Patel on K3.
So last week, a judge did issue a tentative decision that some city LMD spending was illegal, and the city will be ordered to stop the practice and to repay to the LMDs over $200,000 wrongfully spent so far. And thankfully, we did stop this before the entire $400,000 contract was expended. It actually reduced your potential liability that we acted quickly enough. Despite Mr. Herrera's comments, Mr. Starr and I do live in an LMD. Even if we didn't, how terrible of us to act to defend the monies that are supposed to be used for landscape maintenance in all the LMDs. So whatever. A lawsuit shouldn't have been needed, but you kind of have a habit of not fixing problems until you get a court order. And there are more problems with LMD spending that you haven't remedied, and one relates to this K3 contract for sidewalk grinding. So I have shown you in the recent past that a vendor has been sent out to do sidewalk grinding. Work is done both inside and outside an LMD area, but the city has made the LMD to pay the entire bill, including work done in general benefit areas. It's not legal to charge LMDs for general benefit areas, as last week's ruling demonstrates. Not, for one example, my LMD was charged a $12,000 invoice, even though only 20% of the work was within the LMD. City made the LMD pay the whole bill. I've seen tree trimming bills charged to an LMD on one side of town, even though they included trees from the other side of town, not even near the LMD. So I'm not blaming the vendor. It is the city's responsibility to make clear to the vendor what areas they're supposed to be trimming. And it's the city's responsibility to post the invoices accurately to the correct accounts and divide it up as it ought to be, so that people don't pay for areas that are not their responsibility. So tonight, I just want to raise that recurring issue with you and ask what steps the city has taken to remedy these past problems. It has occurred in sidewalk grinding invoices. And I'd like to ask what will be done to keep it from happening again under this new contract. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, K3, is Ray Patel. Ray.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and public. Under paragraph 3 of the scope of services, you write farming, grinding with a dry cutting scarifying machine. Did I pronounce that correctly? It's been my experience with contracts with the federal government. One cannot tell the contractor how to perform the task. You can describe the quality of the finished product, the quality or standards for the materials used, the schedule requirements, or any environmental restrictions applicable during the execution of the work. That is to say, if the contractor wishes to perform the grinding with a handheld rasp or use their teeth, that's entirely up to them, as long as the finished product meets the specified performance standards, schedule, environmental restrictions, etc. The rationale is that the vendor may have some more innovative or efficient method of performing the effort. We should not tell them how to do their work. Yes, clarifying may be a typical approach. However, you don't want to tie the vendor's hands by mandating a specific tool. In 2022-23, you plan to spend $50,000 of special district money for sidewalk grinding, et cetera. And I think it's $300,000 for the next 3 years. I know some of the special districts have limited or defined hardscape areas in the engineering or formation documentation, so be cautious when you decide where and how to spend special district money for sidewalk grinding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers, Madam Clerk, either virtually or in the audience?
Chair, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person for this consent agenda item at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hmm.
I have a couple questions, and they stem from the comments and questions that came up in the public comments. First, it'd be for K2, and I'm wondering if some of our public works staff would be willing to answer the question.
Go ahead, we have Mr. Wolf. Yeah, go ahead.
And
Tatiana's here too.
as they both make their way up, I'll. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The speaker mentioned the importance of sewer piping and diameter. And I know that we recently had a conversation about this in discussing the Teal Club potential project that's or development. It's also next to my neighborhood, bordered by Ventura Road, and I can look out my front window and see the Teal Club development or the property. Have there been any, just for the benefit of the public, initial analysis by Public Works on the flow of wastewater and the existing piping, and if that would be sufficient as it is, or do we need to, is it insufficient? Just wondering about that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Tatiana Arno, your city engineer. So Councilmember Turian, to answer your question, in 2019, we did do an analysis specifically with the flows that we anticipate coming down from Teal Club development in the future down the Redwood Trunk sewer line that would head straight to our wastewater plant. That analysis showed that that line currently does have sufficient capacity to take on at least what the flows that were coming from that development at the time in 2019 that were anticipated. So hopefully that answers that question, and we'll re-verify this as we get through the entitlement process for Teal Club.
That's appreciated. I know that we're looking at, the trunk replacement we have on this side in particular, but I just wanted to hopefully get some initial info out to the public about that specific development as it was brought up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And my other questions are regarding the K3 item. And I'm wondering if we have someone who can answer the question for sidewalk grinding that happens within an LMD, would the LMD be charged for that typically? And if there, that's the first question because it's a sidewalk grinding. But when we look at other things such as tree trimming or other landscaping items, would those typically be charged to the LMD?
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Eric Story, I am your Special Districts Manager. Short answer is yes. Any services that are provided specific to an LMD or a CFD or MAD4 or one of our waterways assessment zones is charged directly to that district receiving the service.
Okay, and does sidewalk grinding fall under the definition of what can be charged to those districts?
It depends on what is authorized as a service and improvement based on the formation documents of the individual districts. Some do include that as an authorized service and improvement, others do not. In the instances where the district does not have that as an authorized services and improvement, then it would fall on the general fund and the streets team to manage that.
Okay, and do we have some mechanism to easily track which districts do fall under that definition and which do not?
Yes, in our engineers report, which is produced annually as part of the budget process, there is essentially a cut sheet, if I can use that term, which signifies which districts have which authorized services and improvements. I do have a short list of districts that do have sidewalk grinding as an authorized service and improvement.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Story. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
my last question. I don't know if it'd still be Mr. Story or someone else from Public Works. The last thing about outcomes versus process, when we put in an agreement with a contractor, we'd like this particular service to be done or this outcome to happen. Are we able to put, this is how we'd like to reach that outcome? For the example here, the process of grinding the sidewalk, are we allowed to put that in, or is that a standard, an industry standard that we need to do it that way? Or are there laws that say we have to do it that way? So wondering about that.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, council members. Brian Yanas, Assistant Public Works Director. In the scope of work, I guess we could put pretty much what we want, but in order to grind some of our concrete areas that we're asking for, it's pretty generic on what we want done. If it's underneath, if it's below 2 inches, we want to grind it to make flush so there's not a tripping hazard liability. So that's pretty much our scope of work for this project. And we do follow up with the areas that are being completed by our contractor. So our contractor is put out by us at a location, one to where we want this done. And then we do follow up with, was it done and how was it done? And was it done properly to meet our needs? Reducing the liability for a trip hazard. And to answer another question as related to the special districts, our two managers, our street manager and our special district manager, work together to make sure that what is being charged for special districts and the general benefit, which is majority of our city, is accounted for.
Okay.
I hope that answered your question.
Michael, you want to add it?
I think Mr. Wolf has something to add. Thank you, Mr. Yanis.
I just wanted to add that performance-based specs, which is kind of what you're talking about, is typically what we do, as Mr. Yanis said. We don't typically dictate means and method because we want a contractor to produce the best cost for us. So if we dictate a specific means and method, it may not actually be the best cost for the city. So we usually do a performance-based requirement, and they get to dictate the means and method, unless there's a reason behind why we want to dictate those means and methods for a specific reason. But typically we do performance-based specifications for that purpose.
Okay, and as it pertains to sidewalk grinding, just to kind of circle this one back, the question that was raised by the speaker, by Mr. Blatel, I mean, would the agreement allow, if they had some other more efficient way to do it than what we had said in the scope of work, would they be allowed to do that?
So again, it depends on what's in the bid specification. So we'd have to go back and look at the specifics that we provided to the contractors who bid on it, and then we would be able to make that determination from there.
Okay, and I imagine they saw what we were putting out there. They did the bid based on those specifications, and that's what we have before us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, council members, this item of Mr. Perrella.
Before Public Works staff leaves, I'd like to use as an example for the public. We do have a problem with gophers in our community. And there's multiple ways to do it. Mechanical traps, poison, extremely serious poison, and explosive gases. We use common sense in what's going to be the best and safest for the city of Oxnard. And I appreciate Public Works tackling the way that they do it. Because explosive gas, I mean, they work really well, but we're in a residential area. Cyanide works really well, but you're in a residential area. It's not legal in California. Poisons, we have raptors and pets that get the animals, and it works through their life cycle and kills them too. So the methods that we use, common sense, best practices, I think it falls under best management practices. My hat's off to Public Works for what they do. But Mayor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
The question that was asked along with Teal Club, the question that needs to be addressed with Teal Club, when the amount of outflow coming off the Teal Club project, did that include the school district that's planned to be built there? And if it did not, will that be addressed later on?
Yeah, we'll get Ms. Arno to address that.
Okay, and I'm not, because there's got to be, I see some quizzical faces in the audience.
Tatiana.
Probably wondering the same thing.
Tatiana, can you help us out?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
When the analysis was done, the Teal Club would be handled by what systems do we have in place? Did that include the Oxnard Union High School's decision to build a school? on the Teal Club property.
Yes, sir. We did include that in our analysis at the time.
I'm grateful that I asked it and grateful that you answered. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Tatiana. Okay, council members, item 1 through 7. Do we need a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Perrello, Councilman Perrello, second by Councilman Turan. Go ahead and vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is this is a public hearing Tuesday, October 18, 2022. The City Council and Oxnard Financing Authority L1 to approve a 2022 lease revenue bond series A and B. And this is a time and place for a public hearing, item L1, Finance Department. Subject approval of 2022 lease revenue bonds A and B. Recommendation number 1 is that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve a resolution approving the issuance of a City of Oxnard Financing Authority 1 not to exceed $36 million of City Oxnard Public Funding Authority Lease Revenue Series 2022A tax exempt, and 2 not to exceed $9 million of City Oxnard Financing Authority Lease Revenue Bonds Series 2022B federally taxable, and also approving the execution and delivery of various related documents in connection with the offering and sale of such bonds, and also the matters related thereto. And 2, that the City of Oxnard Financing Authority Board of Directors, approve a resolution authorizing the issuance of 1 not to exceed $36 million of City of Oxnard Public Financing Authority Lease Revenue Bonds, Series 20228 tax exempt, and 2 not to exceed $9 million of City of Oxnard Financing Authority Lease Revenue Series 2022B federally taxable, and approving the execution and delivery of various related documents in connection with offering and the sale of such bonds and matters hereto related thereto. We start with the city clerk's certification and publication and any written communication, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing in the Vida newspaper on October 13th, 2022. And the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website and in person. Those that did not sign up may call in by comments on this item, but the following instructions posted on the agenda of this meeting at the city's website, which is oxnard.org city meetings. The City of Oxnard Finance Advisor, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding on this item, and it's available along with the Chief Financial Officer, Betsy George, to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have at this time before we take public testimony. Council members, we can deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay. If not, I'm going to open the public hearing portion, and speakers may have up to 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers? And I understand I have a list of some public speakers here.
Mayor Zaragoza, we have 2 public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, let me see. That would be, we have Alicia Purcell and also Aaron Starr.
So the largest of the 2 uses proposed for these bonds is for road repairs. And of course, we want road repairs. We even did a ballot measure, which requires lots of road repairs unless you lose some, or else you would lose some tax funding. But I want to point out one of the reasons for pushing you for higher PCI index is because it is, according to past presentations from your own city staff, less expensive in the long run for you to maintain streets at a higher PCI index. But sadly, when you're compelled to do the right thing and spend on basic infrastructure, you've still managed to find a way to do it wrong. If you issue bond debt for it, the millions of dollars of interest that the residents are going to pay over the next 25 years is going to be way more than the cost savings you could have here. Because of Measure E, you have well over $50 million of new cash coming in each year. You could cash finance this infrastructure, and you should, but instead you're acting like drunken sailors with a credit card. I want you to think about the cumulative price tag of all the plans you have for bonds. You're already trying to bond $330 million of pension debt. Tonight it's 40 million on this set of bonds. Your $60 million aquatic center will require over 40 million of bonds. Senior center is listed in the CIP at 40 million. Your CIP plan shows 80 million of Mandalay Bay seawalls. Just adding up this short list, you're over $500 million. And when you add the interest on these bonds over their life, it will be closer to $1 billion that you're putting on the backs of your residents. As soon as you got the Measure E money, you immediately repaid the quid pro quo with the employee unions who helped you campaign for it. And all the management got their pay raises and contract extensions. And of course, that's going to drive pension debt higher. And now you're trying to burden the rest of the new revenues with debt for the next 25 to 30 years. So you won't be able to do all those things that you promised with Measure E funds because it's all going to be tied up in debt payments. We know how you love pointing fingers at past administrations to blame them for the situations that you're having to deal with now. Oh, these consequences are not our fault. But you are about to paint a legacy for yourselves that will have future residents and future city councils pointing the finger back at you, as it's their fault that we're in this situation. It's their fault that we have no cash left, even though we have outrageously high local sales tax, because it's all going to interest. So, you know, we have drunken sailors with a credit card, kicking the can down the road, driving the car over a debt cliff, and it is going to be your fault if this pattern continues.
Okay, Ms. Aaron Starr.
Thank you. We are in discussions with legal counsel to explore our options about this incredible farce that deprives voters of their right to either approve or disapprove debt. It's really disappointing to see this proposal to issue tens of millions of dollars of bonds in this way. From the earliest days of our state's constitution, Article 16, Section 18 of that document requires cities to obtain voter approval for any incurrence of long-term debt. Courts have created certain exceptions to that rule that sometimes make sense, where the general fund is not at risk, such as when the bonds are to be repaid by a new revenue stream generated because of those bonds. Courts have allowed cities in certain cases to dodge voter approval by issuing the debt through joint powers authorities, pretending that it's not really the city doing it. This is a problem we need to fix in our law. The public needs to understand what City Hall is proposing to get around the requirement for voter approval. The City of Oxnard formed an entity called the Oxnard Financing Authority, a purported joint powers authority, not with two other independent public agencies, but instead with the Oxnard Community Development Corporation and the City of Oxnard Housing Authority. Both of these entities are controlled by the city. This paper entity is issuing bonds in its name, and those bonds are supposedly going to be repaid by revenues it generates. In order to invent that stream of revenues, here's what the city is doing. First, the City of Oxnard leases its various buildings to the Oxnard Finance Authority at some nominal cost. Then the authority subleases those same buildings back to the City of Oxnard. Those sublease revenues will be equal to whatever is needed to pay the principal and interest on the bonds. It would be equivalent to a landowner leasing a property to a renter for $1, and then the renter subleasing that same property back to the landowner for millions of dollars per year. Lease revenue bonds make sense if you're, say, building a parking garage with bonds and then using revenues from parking fees to pay for the garage. That is not what is happening here. There are no new revenue streams being generated. This is a sham designed to transfer money from the city's general fund to this fake joint powers authority. There is no actual joint power. You have sole power. When we lift the veil, what we really have here is a general obligation bond disguised as a lease revenue bond. It's maneuvers such as this that reveal the contempt that City Hall has for its voters. One representation we're making to the bond underwriter in this paperwork is that the Oxnard Financing Authority is a valid joint powers authority and that there is no litigation threatened that would question its validity. I don't believe you can make that representation at this time. Today, we are asking you to do the right thing by placing this proposed bond to the vote of the people. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers either in person or virtually?
Chair, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person for this item at this time.
Thank you. Well, if we don't have any other speakers, then I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. Council members, do we have any questions at this time? Any comments you'd like to make? If not, then I am required here by action. This item requires both the City Council and Finance Authority. Oh,
Excuse me,
Go ahead.
Mayor Zaragoza, council members,
Go ahead.
Betsy George, Chief Financial Officer. I just wanted to make one amendment in the staff report and the presentation that we provided with the agenda. We had considered refunding the 2012 lease revenue bonds as part of this package in order to free up collateral for these new bonds. And we are not going to do that piece of it anymore. There was a little bit of savings, we called it, with that bond refunding. And so instead of using the City Hall as collateral, we're now using the parking garage. And so we're able to remove that piece from the
so no longer,
structure.
this is not going to be part of the collateral then.
Correct,
Okay.
yes. And the 2012 bonds are no longer going to be considered as part of the package.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, council members, any additional questions of Betsy? The city manager or?
Well, we also have NHA advisors as well as Nixon Peabody. So
Okay.
I want to give them an opportunity to address the council.
Go ahead, Chris.
I think you're on mute.
You're muted.
I apologize for that. I'm
Okay,
I hope you can hear me.
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, and so my name is Christian Sprunger. I'm Assistant Vice President with NHA Advisors. We are the city's municipal financial advisor. To echo on Betsy's comments, the only change is really to the agenda packet is the removal of the 2012 lease refunding from the bond transaction. The market rates have gone up and that refunding just doesn't make economic sense. So that's been pulled out.
Thank you, Christian. Okay, Councilmember Perrella.
Yes, I appreciate that we have the advisors here with us, and I'm sure you were listening to the public comments. Do you have anything you could address the public comments? Anything you'd like to say?
With respect to the legality of the bonds, I think Danny Kim, the city's bond counsel, would be the best person to address the legality of it. So Danny, would you want to?
Yes. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes. What? Yes.
Okay, terrific. Good evening, council members. With respect to the legality of the lease structure, it is well settled law in California, opined by the California Supreme Court that the lease revenue bond structure does not violate the state's constitutional debt limit. And so it is a very widely used structure to finance projects such as the ones that are before the Oxnard Council.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad that I asked the question and grateful that you've answered. Thank you.
So it's legal then. Thank you. Okay, then this item requires action by both the city council and the financing authority. And I'll entertain a motion at this time. First by Councilor Basua. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Badrgal. Please vote.
A motion by Council, I have a first by Councilmember Sua, second by Councilmember Madrigal. Motion passes
Thank you. Okay,
5-1. Thank you.
5-1.
5-1.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is M1.
Mr. Mayor.
We need a second vote by the financing authority on this public hearing.
Correct. So that was the vote for the city council. And just to clarify that the no vote there was Councilmember Tehran.
Okay,
And so now the second motion
Finance.
concerns the financing authority board of directors action.
okay, please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion for that. Okay, first by Basua, second by Perrello. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
And again, on that one, Councilmember Tehran voted no.
Okay. All right, so
Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
I'm gonna take a guess here, but I'm thinking the majority of the people here are probably here for M2 still.
Yeah, I'm sure M2, raise your hand if you're here for M2. You want to take M2?
If council
Council
would
members?
entertain that with it, I'd like to take M2 first.
Okay, then we'll go to M2, and M2 would be, this is the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney will go ahead and share the option 1 and 2. And by the way, we have speakers on this item, but go ahead and share the options and then we'll call the speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to recap what the staff report states, there was a vacancy that arose on October 3rd when Councilmember Lopez submitted her resignation and took the oath of office as a county supervisor. State law requires that the council take one of two actions concerning this vacancy, either to call a special election or to make an appointment to fill the vacancy. Under the Oxnard City Code, adopted pursuant to the government code pertaining to vacancies, if the council decides to fill the vacancy by an appointment, the appointee can only hold office until the date of a special election, which shall immediately be called to fill the remainder of the term. So whether elected or appointed, the person filling the vacancy must be a resident of Council District 6 and a registered voter. The council must take action within 60 days, but there is also substantial lead time required to prepare for a special election, which affects when that election can be held. The next regularly established election dates are March 7th and November 7th, 2023. When a special election is called, it must be held on a regularly established election date. The city council, if the city council calls a special election by November 1st, that would mean that the county registrar deadline for holding the special election on that would meet the county registrar's deadline for holding the special election on March 7th. If the council calls the special election after November 1st, the next regularly established election date that conforms to the county's timeline is November 7th, 2023. If the council chooses to appoint to fill the vacancy using the process that it followed last year when there was a vacancy in District 2, there would not be enough time to make the appointment and call the special election to meet the March 7th election timeline. Thus, the two options that don't involve a rushed appointment process are to first either appoint someone to serve until the next possible special election date of November 7, 2023, or to call for the March 7th, 2023 special election and leave the District 6 council seat vacant until the results of that election are certified by the county.
Thank you. Okay, we have some speakers on this item and I'll call the speakers as we progress here. First speaker is Douglas Portello, followed by Kelly Christensen. 3 minutes, please.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council and staff and the public. We've had this situation come up, I think about 3 or 4 times now. So, we've kind of been down this road before. And I know with Gabe Turan was appointed and then he won the election that followed that. I think it's really important that when you make this decision, that the voters need to have a part in the process is extremely important. So anytime an appointment's made, it's certainly a legal option that can be considered, and it's been done, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. But when you make that appointment, then you're kind of taking the voters out. And I know it's only for a year, but again, for the voters to feel like they're more active part of their representation, I think it's real important that it does cost money. And I'm always after you guys about spending money, you know that, but you can't put a price on participation in our democracy. And to feel like, you know, you are actively a part of making that selection for your leadership and your representation. So I think it's really important that we have that participation from the voters rather than appointment, because I'm sure the appointment will be made with a lot of thoughtful consideration. But once a person has been appointed and they're now an incumbent, when it comes to the election that would follow, then they have a distinct advantage. And so it doesn't matter whether it's the city council or whatever, there's a distinct advantage of having a person that says, well, I'm the incumbent. So it shouldn't matter, but it does. And so when people check their boxes, hopefully they're making a very informed decision. But many times the reality is that there is a distinct advantage there. And with that incumbency, that then it's difficult for some challengers to come forward and bring new blood, new life, you know, new energy, new vision, new perspective. And if the voters have that opportunity to be a part of that initial decision, even though it does cost money to do that, I think that should be foremost in that consideration. Now, I feel like we've got to do the right thing here so that voters, you know, have that opportunity. Now, for that vacancy in that time, there'll only be a 6-member council. But there was a resolution when we went to the districts that each and every member represents the entirety of Oxnard. So even though one may represent District 3, he may also have significant impact on decisions made for all of them. So the 6-member, they can do the job until that seat's filled. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly Christensen, followed by Al Velasquez.
Thank you very much, City Council, for letting me speak tonight. It's nice to see you guys all in person again. I believe that having an elected representative in District 6 seat is vital. However, there are many important agenda items from November to March 8th. District 6 needs representation during this time in the council chambers. Community input is needed for an appointment decision to be made. There is the additional thought that I have that people thinking actively about elections in November. Therefore, I do believe having representation in the City Council as soon as possible is integral for having representation for District 6 with the special election being held in November, not on March 7th. I know there are a plethora of candidates for District 6, inspiring citizens. I have worked with many of them and have seen what our community can do. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of them today, particularly at this meeting, Sophia Vega. I know she needs no introduction. To the vast majority of our council chamber members, all of the stakeholders in our community have worked with her at one time or another on community projects, big and small. Sophia is a positive person with goals for our community. She can be counted on to always do the research, show up and do the work. She is focused and has so much experience advocating and getting things done in our community, from the food share to neighborhood cleanups, to advocating against the Pleasant Valley, the removal of the Pleasant Valley Road fire engine in the proposed brownout, to her participation on our neighborhood council. Sophia can always be trusted to show up, bring people together, and accomplish great things. She takes a whole community perspective. Ms. Vega is approachable, down to earth, with integrity, and I truly believe that Sophia Vega would make an incredible council member on our district, and I feel it is my duty to bring this to light. By the way, Miss Vega did not ask me to come up here today. And if you know her, you know that she probably is blushing right now at me singing her praises, even though they are very well deserved. She actually only learned about this yesterday when I texted her asking if she would consider running or a nomination. She has done so much good with a small platform and has been able to lift up so many voices in our community. I hope that others will consider giving her a bigger platform to really see what she can do on the council. Community focused, a visionary with a sharp mind, unimpeachable honesty, and a kind heart. These are qualities that are somewhat hard to come by. And these traits we need in a council member to represent District 6. These character traits are all within Sofia Vega and what make her a wonderful and driven council member for Oxnard. I also would like to acknowledge the loss of our former Mayor Pro Tem, Carmen Ramirez. She was a diligent advocate for our community and all in the county. And my condolences go out to her family and everyone that knew her. Thank you.
Okay, Al Velasquez, followed by Scott Zimmerman.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Al Velasquez again, resident, lifelong resident, city of Oxnard. I wasn't going to speak on this, but it's something caught my eye, something very, and I feel. First of all, your audio is extremely horrible. It's all muffled up. It appears to me that your RF gain on the control board is pumped up too high and people can't understand what you're saying, me or anyone else.
Oh, really? Is it?
Yeah, but yeah, that's, so I just want to share that.
Is
So
it,
any-
is it a technical problem or you just can't hear us?
Pardon me?
And you can't hear us? Is that it?
I can't understand, and I can't understand. It's all muffled. You could ask the people in the back.
So-
So let me move on, Mr. Sir.
Okay.
I just want to share that with you. So anyway, I want to take you down the history lane, the history of the councilmatic districts. If you recall why we don't have councilmatic districts. I hope I don't run out of time. I lost half a minute. If you recall, a lawyer and attorney from Santa Barbara, Mr. Dominguez, sent you a letter of intent to sue the city of Oxnard because on the grounds that the underserved residents in South Oxnard are not given the opportunity to vote and select a candidate of their choice. You remember that? I'm sure you do. So this is what I just said. You're denying the public the right to select and vote for a candidate of their choice. Say, that's what voting, that's what the Constitution is all about. The right to vote. Elect your politicians and elected officials. By you appointing, which was the case with Mr. Duran, he wasn't elected the first time, he was appointed. So you denied, the people at the time denied the residents of that district to vote for a candidate of their choice. Now, you're going to repeat history once again. If you appoint someone for District 6, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, you're denying the residents of that neighborhood to select and vote for a candidate of their choice, which were the grounds why you established councilmatic district based on the letter of intent for the attorney Dominguez from Santa Barbara that he was going to sue the city. Now you remember that, Mr. Perillo, you're shaking your head, and thank you. You have a good memory. So basically, I'm in support of having a special election. I just mentioned earlier that the city earned over $4,400,000 in interest from the city attorney's investments on the city's portfolio. So is there a question of money? No, there is no question of money. The question is, you want to dictate who you want to point up there in that dais, somebody you might know, somebody that agrees with you, somebody that doesn't agree with you. I'm in favor to comply with the law and the Constitution of the special election, no matter what it shouldn't cost, whatever it costs, shouldn't exceed a couple $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager Diego, I understand it's pretty muffled or technical problems. I wonder if we,
Yeah, I'll have Diego go in the back. and-
Diego, look
and
at
do
it.
The sound check. And
Mr. Mayor, I was gonna make a quick comment. There's one speaker right now and it's over there somewhere.
okay.
The ceiling speakers, I don't believe are working yet.
The speakers are not working.
It's a work in progress. It will come, it will get better. Absolutely will get better, but just bear with us, please.
Okay, do you want to share anything, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what's on the agenda. Because the speaker just made it seem like the council is making a unilateral choice. and that somehow that's unconstitutional. We're actually complying with state law. So state law tells local bodies like the city council or even the board of supervisors that there is a choice under state law, depending on your jurisdiction's specific circumstances at any given time. The state law is you can either make an appointment or you can make an appointment and then call for a special election. So based on state law, there's nothing unconstitutional about the council making a choice. And whether it's in a jurisdiction that has districts or not, it'd still be the same sets of choices to fill a vacancy. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Scott Zimmerman, followed by Anthony Mireles. Scott.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members, everyone in the crowd. Scott Zimmerman, a representative of the Carpenters Local 805, and I know we do have a lot of labor behind us. Would actually like to ask my fellow carpenters to stand up. You guys are all here. Quite
Welcome.
a few. You know, it's good to see a nice turnout here. And with a big majority of our membership being, in Oxnard, 805, it's a big stretch. We're definitely in support of the special call election coming in March. And this is just a small portion of how many members we have that are showing unity and having the same voice. And that's what we like to see take place. I think it's in the best interest of our own membership and for Oxnard and for District 6 itself. Give those constituents, give those people a voice to show who they want to see up here. That's really all we ask for. I'm not gonna keep it long, echo what's already been said. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Anthony Mireles, followed by Alex Mireles.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. Yeah, you can't hear it back there. And then you hear the air conditioning.
It's my understanding the speaker's not connected.
Yeah, so hopefully
Thank you.
with the bonds, we'll fix it, right? So I'm a resident 54 years here in South Oxnard, District 1. I support option 1 that we go to a special election in March. This gives us time for it's too short of a timeline. This gives us time to any candidate or any resident that wants to run for public office, get the time, especially during the holidays. And then we get past our get into February and they can go ahead and go ahead and put the campaign and get the right person elected to office. Option 1 will also make sure the district votes and the voters have a choice in who they get to represent them. So thank you.
Thank you. Alex Mireles, followed by Jonathan Duran. Alex, 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alex Mireles. I'm Vice President, La Iona Local 585, representing our members that live in District 6. Just to echo what our brothers from the Carpenters and the business manager from La Iona Local 585, we urge the council to allow a special election in March of 2023. Let the voters in that district speak for themselves. Let them elect somebody that's going to best represent them in their area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan Duran, followed by Anthony Ventura.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, to help with the sound, if everyone who speaks directly into your microphone. Thank you.
Okay, Jonathan.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Again, we're just going to reiterate and echo the same thing. It's just District 6, we wanted to go to election on March. So just keep it short and sweet. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Anthony Ventura, followed by Joshua, let me see. Midland.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Anthony Ventura. I'm a representative of the Carpenters Local 805, representing just under 2,000 members in the 805, with the bulk of our members living in the city of Oxnard. We come here before you to respectfully ask you that you have a special election for the seat vacated by Vinay Lopez, District 6, due to her appointment to the county supervisor position. As a representative who has members who live in this district, the special election will give all the candidates a running equal opportunity to have their voices heard by their constituents in this district. This way, the decision as represented will be decided by the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Joshua, and also followed by Ronald Araujo. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Joshua Medrano, and please excuse my chicken scratch there. You couldn't read it. I am here. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. Here in Ventura County, specifically in Oxnard, we represent the Asbestos Heating and Frost Insulators Local 5, the Boilermakers Local 92. Bricklayers, Allied Craft Workers, Local 4, Cement Masons, Local 600, the Electrician, IBW, Local 952, the Elevator Constructors, Local 18, Iron Workers Reinforced, Local 416, Local 433, the Operating Engineers, Local 12, Painters and Allied Trades, DC 36, Pipe Trades, Local 484, 345, or their District Council number 16, as well as Local 669, Plasters, Local 200, Roofers and Waterproofers, Local 36, the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104, Teamsters, Local 186, and we stand in solidarity with LIUNA, Local 585, and the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. So what I would like to do is ask labor to stand up. As you can see, we're all here in solidarity, and we are all in favor of holding a special election in March. We want to make sure that that district is represented to its fullest extent and that the community is allowed to speak their mind and have their vote counted. We appreciate your time and look forward to that special election. See you soon.
Thank you. No clapping, please, no clapping. Thank you. Please, Ronald.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ronald Araujo, and even with the City Attorney's explanation about why an appointment until a special election in March may not be recommended, I'm still speaking in favor of that. I believe that this option combines the best of both options 1 and 2 of making sure that there is representation for District 6 immediately while providing all voters the earliest chance to choose for themselves. Option 1 would provide voters a choice, but at the detriment of leaving the seat vacant for almost half a year. Option 2 leaves an unelected choice on the council for almost an entire year. The third option is a very similar option as what was previously described as to what was on the agenda for the then vacant seat of District 2 when Councilwoman Ramirez took her seat as county supervisor, preventing a seat from going vacant for half a year, in addition to allowing voters the earliest opportunity to have their voice heard. The appointment process of option 2 seats someone to represent District 6 as early as reasonably possible. The special election in option 1 provides not only the voters, but also the candidates to learn from each other on what would work best for both the district specifically and the city as a whole. I recommend that the mayor and council support this proposed third option to allow for an appointed council member to serve until a special election is held in March 2022. Barring this proposed third option, I recommend option 1 as an alternative so that voters can elect a candidate of their choice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers, whether in the audience or virtually? Yeah, but
Yes, we do. We do. We have one, Rose bringing it up to you.
another speaker?
Yes,
Okay.
we have one with the hand raised for this item. Can I?
Well, that's it. But virtual, okay, go ahead.
Yes, we have 2 virtual speakers.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello? Yes, you
ahead.
have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Manuel Herrera, and I looked at the 2 options that are available, and I'm recommending option 2. Now, let me make something 100% clear. I am all for a special election, 100%, if people show up. And the problem is that these special elections are extremely expensive and nobody shows up. So yes, let's have a special election if the people are going to be engaged, because that's what, you know, all the speakers are fighting for. They said the people have the right to vote. And I agree 100%. But I also don't want to see money thrown away for a special election when nobody's going to show up. So for example, in the last special election, only like 12% of the voters showed up. And here, a lot of people are constantly getting on the city for wasting money, and yet they don't have an issue with spending $120,000 or more on a special election where nobody shows up. You know, I never thought I would say this, but I agree with Mr. Portello in that the voters need to be involved in the process, and they will be, even with option 2. So again, Mr. Portello is a huge supporter of a special election, but he's also the #1 person that's continuously telling the city to quit wasting our money and that they need to be better stewards of our money. He's even against the aquatic center, which will be spending money for the children to be able to have a place to go swimming, and especially the children on the south side. So which is it? Make up your mind. Are you against spending that doesn't have a good return, or are you just picking and choosing what you like? So that is really the only reason why I want option 2, is because the other way, a special election is just a waste of money. Now, get people more involved, get them to show up, and let's make it worth the money spent, then by all means. But until people do their part and show up, then it's a waste of money. I mean, I'm just being real. I'm being just straightforward. It's the truth. It's a waste of money. And, you know, the argument that, oh, you can't put a price on voting, well, then show up. Then show up. So that's my say on this. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, so we have another speaker, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
Caller with phone number ending 0687, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sophia Vega. I am a South Oxnard resident, specifically in South Winds neighborhood, part of District 6. I am a resident and I'm advocating for option 3, as that would allow us to have representation within all the decisions being made, just like Mr. Duran was able to do that when he was appointed. Otherwise, option 1 would still allow us to have someone representing us as early as in March, although it would be certificated up until April 6th. So we would still won't have a council member until then. But option 2 is way out there. So it is something that we really need to consider. I understand that everyone was elected to represent the entire city, but it is critical to have someone representing District 6, somebody who has been active, somebody who is capable of completing and doing the job. And if anything, if not option 3, then option 1 would still allow us to not have as much time without being represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
Chair, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person for this item at this time.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and take testimony from the council members. I would like to start. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers that are here today. I mean, the audience hasn't been this big in a long, long time. And my apologies, because if you cannot hear us back there, you know, we're working on the technical part of it and so forth. Can you hear me then, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, how about in the back?
Can you hear me in the back? Better? Okay, thank you. I believe that option 1, I would like to say option 1 is for the one that I'm going to look at. I believe that the residents of District 6 should elect their own council members to represent them. And I believe that that special district should be, special election should be in March the 7th. And I believe that the voters of districts that can vote, I believe that they have the opportunity to vote, and I think it's their right to vote for the person that I think should represent them. So I believe that option one would be probably the most beneficial. We need to potentially start this by November 1 in order to meet that March 7th. And I believe somebody said it, and I'll say it again, we are all representing District 6. Me as the mayor of Oxnard, and I know the council members we're all there to support. And if you need any help from myself as a mayor, because I represent the entire city for that matter, I'll be happy to step in there and help. But I think option one would be my motion at this time. Council members.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and support option one as well. So as soon as we're ready, I will make a motion that we.
I'll make the motion and you'll.
I will second, yes.
Okay. Council members?
Can we still talk?
Yeah. That's what. Okay.
That's okay.
As long as you talk directly into the microphone.
Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Tehran.
What was that you said, sir? I don't need a microphone. I got a big mouth. Mayor, I will support option one also. Whether we do an appointment or don't do an appointment, we still have to do a special election because of the way our ordinance is written. So it's whether we do a special election in March or we do one in November, but we have to do one. And as the mayor said, and I will echo his words, I get a lot of calls, and I know all the council members do, and I'm sure all the council members are like I am. The one question I don't ask when someone calls me or emails me is, what district do you live in? I don't care.
That's right.
You call, I will try and do something for you. It's that simple. So I would support moving forward with option one.
Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody hear me all right? I'm sorry. All right, so I want to thank everybody for coming out as well. This is an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in because of what the initial event was that caused this series of events. And I have to say that that's not lost on me at all, that we're here tonight because of the loss of former Mayor Pro Tem and Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. Along those lines, because of that and because of that loss, then Councilwoman Lopez is now Supervisor Lopez, and I know she'll continue to do good work at that level. And here we are now with a vacancy in District 6. I absolutely support the holding of a special election, and I recognize that some of the speakers said, no matter what we choose, we're getting a special election. The question is, when will that special election be held? One thing that I will say is I'm kind of drawn between both. I see both sides of it. It's something I've kind of been going back and forth with. And I really wanted to hear from folks tonight to hear what they said, especially people who live in District 6. And I thank Ms. Christensen for coming out as well. And then Ms. Vega for speaking out. And I hope I didn't miss anyone who also lives in District 6 tonight. And I thank our folks from Labor and Working Families for coming out too. That being said, while I support the special election regardless, I do have to recognize that, as Mr. Velasquez pointed out and other speakers, I initially got onto council because of an appointment process that this council chose. And there was an appointment. I served for 9 months. There was a special election, and I was elected in that election. And because of that, while I support the item of the option of holding the special election in March, something that's very important to me is equity, and equity for all Oxnard residents. And it's something that I continuously remind folks that we have to be looking at. And to me, it feels personally inequitable that District 2 would have a council member or a vacancy, and then someone was appointed, followed by a special election, and then running in that election, where that vacancy was minimized. For District 6, why would we treat District 6 any differently in allowing for the vacancy to last for about half a year, and then have the special election again, which I do support. But for them to go essentially unrepresented by a single seat. And when I spoke before being on council about this same discussion for District 2, I stated, similar to what Ms. Christensen said, that there are very important items that are coming before this council, and there needs to be a voice for the folks who are not represented by that in that seat. So that's my view on that. I do want to point out that there are some things that still are a bit complex and confounding to me, and they've been brought up here tonight. So we talk about the need to engage voters, and there were speakers who said the voters have to have a voice in this. Absolutely they do. But some of those same speakers have also been proponents of ballot measures to take some of the voters' voice away in a number of things that happen, including term limits. They also say, oh, well, the voters, if you have an incumbent through an appointment, then they're going to be, they're just going to vote for the incumbent. Well, it's one thing to say the voters need to be engaged, and at the same time say, but I don't give the voters a whole lot of credit because they just vote for the incumbent all the time. Well, which is it? Do you trust the voters or do you not trust the voters? I have all the respect for the voters, and I know that they'll choose who they choose to go with. But then the other layer on top of that is around the turnout, as was brought up by Mr. Herrera. And for the District 2 special election, in the election in which I was duly, or that I was elected through, we had 2,200 out of 18,000 voters who voted in that election. And while on paper I had 55% of the vote, it is also a reminder that special elections have lower turnout. However, if you look at the numbers for the 2018 and 2020 elections for District 6, that district unfortunately had a low turnout for each of those general elections that were already scheduled. That is concerning to me, that if we rush this process, that, you know, an election in March versus November, when people are used to elections in November, what November? I don't have a crystal ball like some of the critics of the city do. So I would defer to them on it. But if it were low, we could have as few as 1,400 people, apples to apples, looking at District 2 special election turnout, deciding who will be the elected person. And I think I looked it up. It was Blackstock Junior High has an enrollment of just under that, like at 1,300 students. And so a very small number of people turning out. So I really hope no matter which special election we go with, the March one or the November one, that it's incumbent not only on us as a city, but residents, please push your neighbors and those who can vote in District 6 to do so, to have their voice heard on that ballot. So that way, the person that they wish to represent them is uplifted by that vote. That's why that voice is there. That's why that process is there. And lastly, I do want to say that, again, I appreciate everybody coming out. You know, I feel like a few barbs were thrown at me, which is fine. I signed up for that. But I want to point out that for not being for an appointment, Mr. Velasquez, I seem to recall, applied for the appointment also and interviewed for it. And I appreciate him doing that. That was his right in that process, but he wouldn't have had that opportunity had this council not chosen the appointment process. So I appreciate the time on that. I support the March one, but out of my stance on equity, my vote will be for option 2, which I guess would be a no vote if we do the first and second on this.
That's the American way, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, if I could just add a layer of clarity for this. First of all, I'd like to say on behalf of the staff, we would all prefer that we weren't having this conversation at all. And that leads me to my point of clarification, which is timing. Timing adds the pressure here. So when Carmen vacated this seat to go to the county, it happened in December. And we were also at that time rolling into an odd numbered year. So the county election calendar determines when they hold special elections, whether it's an odd year or an even year. Now, the situation we find ourselves in now, the vacancy occurred in early October on, I think it was October 3rd. So if you, the time crunch we run into is if you instruct us to begin the appointment process tomorrow, my recommendation would be that we would put out a call for applications for a 2-week period. It doesn't make sense for me to do it any faster than that. To expect people to consider it and get a application in. So that puts us, that itself takes us to November 1. And then we need a little bit of time to verify that each of the applicants are eligible to serve. And then we've got to publish and schedule a meeting where the council would go through the public process to make the appointment. So there's no way that we can meet the county's already set calendar for 2023 because they would need the resolution submitted to them on November 2nd. So from the perspective of timing only, it is extremely unreasonable to try to do an appointment in time for the March 7 special election. So I just want to point out the timing difference between this time and the last time. Thank you.
Councilman Pereira?
Yes, number one, I really appreciate hearing the voices of the people and how strong do they believe in a vote. It's a big deal. Votes matter. I'm a council member who's here at one election by 10 votes. 10 votes. Take you back in history a little bit. When districts 5 and 6 were created, the reason District 6 got the short term of years was because it had the lowest historical turnout in that area that had been designed as District 6. Whoever runs needs to get their name out there, meet people, or whatever organization's going to push has got to push. Because historically, as the member from the public mentioned, it's a low turnout. The money, I don't like wasting money, but taking somebody's vote away, you can't pay for that. 10 votes, so I'm sitting here. I support option 1. And I know that the mayor spoke for every one of us. If somebody in District 6 has a complaint, Council Mayor Pro Tem McDonald said it better than anybody. I don't know one single council member that asks, where do you live? So if I represent you, the closest that I can give you on that is when somebody calls and they live in the county and they want me to do something about the county. I try to steer them to whoever I think can help them, but I can't call the shots in the county. I can stick a needle, but I can't call the shots. Everybody that's on this council will represent everybody in the city of Oxnard.
Councilman Madrigal?
And I thank all the work the staff has done. And again,
Thank you.
every member of the public has spoke. Because your vote, you get to do in secret. Nobody knows what you're doing.
That's right.
But it takes some guts to come up and say what you feel at the podium. Congratulations.
Councilman Madrigal?
Thank you very much. I know that, as was stated, even looking through this, thinking about it all week, I always thought of this as a lose-lose situation, similar to Councilmember Tehran. For equity purposes, but at the same time, for a variety of different aspects to it. I understand that all of us up here work for the entire city of Oxnard. However, at the same time, that responsibility, though, is not there when it comes to voting. For example, something comes up in District 6 from now until March or November, whenever that special election might be held. And, for example, we vote against, or the majority of us vote against the interest of District 6. We care for District 6, but we are not held responsible to District 6. And that to me is like the big thing. I was here when we went to districts. I understand the whole concept of it, representation, not only for the South End, but for a whole minority group. And it's been an interesting task going forward. As previously stated, we kind of set a precedent with District 2. However, timing of it is a little bit different, and I know that I could go either, route one of the two routes, whichever one is best, but at the same time, I do know that one way or another, we are interfering either with a public, with the public's interest in it. You have a point, then an election in, I would guess, November, or wait for a special election in March, where, honestly, we'd be lucky if you're looking at 13%. So it's a tough aspect because I feel that one way or the other, even though it is, to benefit District 6, there is, an aspect that is lost in which direction that we go to. Either they miss out on 6 months of proper representation, or we go through the appointment aspect of it, hold a special election where whomever the person that is selected to appoint has quite an advantage going into a November special election. So I'll go either way, whichever one's fine, but I do know that it's going to be kind of a lose-lose situation for District 6.
Call for the question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so we have a motion by Zaragoza, second by Basua. Please vote. Yeah, option 1. Mhm.
Motion passes 4-2.
Thank you.
And could you read the no votes, please?
No votes by Councilmember Madrigal and Councilmember Turan.
Thank you. And thank you for all the speakers here today. Thank you so much for staying with us. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. And we'll wait. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Okay, we're back from recess. And the next item is M1, reports. This is Community Development Department. Subject is climate change and an adaptation plan, an addendum to the 2030 general plan, program environmental report, EIR. The recommendation to City Council approve the associated addendum to the PERI, the PIR, and to approve the draft cap with recommended edits and any further council edits, and also to direct staff to produce a final CAP. Thank you. Mallory?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm just going to provide some quick introductory remarks and then turn the presentation over to our consultant who will be doing that live. The consultant is Environmental Science Associates. You can get your screen.
Mallory, before we do that, do you want to take, we have one speaker on this item? Or after the presentation?
I would recommend after the
Okay,
presentation.
thank you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So this evening, I'm joined by Environmental Sciences Associates, Jeff Caton, who's the Director of Sustainability with ESA. Also Shannon Wages, who's a principal with ESA. I also have our awesome city team with Public Works here to support the item, and the building official who's here, should there be any questions. Next slide, please. So the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, it implements two goals from the city's Sustainable Communities element of the city's 2030 general plan. And the CAP, as we call this, it's easier just to say the CAP. It has two primary goals. First, it creates a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through implementation of measures to meet the state of California Senate Bill 32 emission reduction targets, which is 40% GHG reduction to 1990. The document before you meets that goal. So the CAP also develops a plan to enhance the community's resilience to changing climates by addressing vulnerabilities and risks. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Caton to go to slide 3 and to provide a presentation, and then I'll close out the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen, and good evening, council members. So going back to March 2021, we first met with the council to introduce this project. And at that meeting, we established an emissions reduction target of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, which is consistent with that SB 32 target that Ms. Mallory just introduced. We also provided an overview of the city's greenhouse gas emissions, where those emissions are being generated throughout the community. And then we also introduced strategies to reduce emissions. Then in January 2022, we met with the Community Service, Public Safety, Housing and Development Committee. We provided an update on the community engagement activities. And then we really focused in on how the city could most effectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions and where the best opportunities were based on community support and based on anticipated funding sources and partnerships, and really building from what the city was already doing. And I do want to note that in April 2022, the public draft cap was released, and the city conducted some additional community engagement around that time, including stakeholder meetings, to receive additional input. We then met with the Planning Commission on July 7th. We discussed potential changes to the CAP in a study session setting with the Planning Commission, and we came consensus on 7 changes to the CAP. We followed that up with a meeting in September where those changes were discussed and where 3 additional changes were identified, which I'll go over in a moment. So in terms of the CAP's content, it's organized into 5 chapters and 6 appendices, as you see here, with the key components being that analysis, an in-depth analysis of the city's greenhouse gas emissions and how to reduce them, as well as an assessment of the city's vulnerabilities to climate change and the strategies that the city can implement to increase resilience to those impacts. And then there's a final chapter 5 that details how the city intends to implement the strategies and actions in the CAP. where are greenhouse gases coming from in the city? This is gone over in depth in the CAP, and these two graphs here show two different perspectives. One on the left is community greenhouse gases. This is the 2018 community-wide greenhouse gas inventory, showing that the majority of emissions are coming from transportation at 44%, and then followed by electricity and natural gas and solid waste. There's a smaller amount coming from off-road equipment and from wastewater treatment. Overall, it's 876,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents is the greenhouse gases. The municipal operation is the chart on the right that shows where emissions are coming from in relation to the city's operations and facilities. Overall, those emissions only represent 3% of the total community. Includes 14 greenhouse gas reduction strategies under 7 categories. That includes clean energy, green buildings, transportation, land use, water conservation and reuse, waste reduction and recycling, and nature-based solutions like planting more trees. Several key strategies build from existing efforts. The city is already doing things like they've joined the Clean Power Alliance to get green electricity. There's a 2013 Energy Action Plan already in place. There's a Sustainable Transportation Plan in development, and the city has several initiatives related to waste reduction and water conservation. Other strategies will require more require more investment of staff and resources, those that are new. And then all strategies have specific implementing actions. In fact, there's 85 actions in all. In a few slides, we'll be reviewing the most of the impactful of those actions. Chapter 4 is on resilience and adaptation. The CAP assesses the city's vulnerability to climate change and looks at resilience and adaptation. 5 major climate change hazards, which include extreme heat, extreme drought, smoke and air pollution, sea level rise, and extreme storms and stormwater flooding. And I want to note that the CAP does incorporate the findings from the city's ongoing work on sea level rise vulnerability and your ongoing development of the local coastal program. So there's no conflict between those two planning efforts. Where the CAP covers new ground, there are the other 4 hazards, and there are 24 strategies addressing these hazards, as well as 5 additional strategies that are focused on community preparedness. Here you see a few examples of the adaptation strategies in the CAP. For instance, to protect critical facilities and infrastructure, there's a strategy to create a flood impacts monitoring program. To protect public health from extreme heat events, there's a strategy to mitigate urban heat islands. And then to increase community resilience to climate change in general, there's a strategy to establish early warning systems. The implementation framework for the CAP described in Chapter 5 identifies for each implementing action a lead department, a city department, potential partners, known funding sources, and the overall fiscal impact to the city. In terms of the implementation timeframe, I want to point out that there's a slight change that staff is recommending to what's currently shown in the draft CAP. That's due to the city's CIP being recently adopted in May, and the city is now on a 2-year cycle. So funding was approved for projects in fiscal year 2022 through 2024, and the city is expected to go forward with a 2-year cycle. So these recommended timeframes reflect that more on this 2-year cycle. So we had to adjust that a little bit for the greenhouse gas reduction strategies in terms of near term, midterm, and long term. There is no change needed for the adaptation strategies because those have longer time frames. The strategies and the actions in the CAP that are key to the city achieving its 2030 greenhouse gas reduction target are highlighted in the staff report and in the following slides. And I want to emphasize that some of these strategies, again, they're already being implemented in compliance with state laws or other reasons, and that they're incorporated into the CAP as part of the overall plan to achieve the reduction goals. One example of that would be SB 1383 that requires statewide reductions or statewide increase in recycling and diversion of organics, and the city is doing many actions around that, and those are incorporated into the CAP. But these slides, the next few slides will mark those strategies that are quantified for greenhouse gas reductions and contribute towards that 2030 target. And they're marked with an X, as you see for that first strategy there. E1, that's procure zero carbon electricity. That's essentially identifying the strategy to purchase green electricity. And you can see a key implementing action there in the right column is E1.1, and that's to invest city staff time and financial resources in maintaining a minimum 95% community participation rate in the CPA's 100% green option through the year 2030. The city is currently enjoying a 96% community participation rate. But I do want to emphasize that's a very important strategy in the CAP. It contributes to the largest greenhouse gas reductions of any strategy. The other strategies here on this slide are not marked by an X, and one of those is to increase local solar generation, and one is to develop energy storage capabilities, including microgrids. We did not quantify those. There are a few reasons for that. One is that we don't want to double count the reductions that are already being achieved by E1 in terms of local solar. The other is that the development of energy storage and microgrids is really still in its infancy, and we recognize that as an important long-term strategy, but not critical to meeting the 2030 target. Similarly, under the green buildings category, strategy B1 is important in terms of greenhouse gas reduction. That's improve the efficiency of existing buildings. And a key implementing action under that strategy is to partner with existing agencies like CPA, like the Tri-County Renewable Energy Network, known as 3C REN, like the SoCal REN, and the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. You have relationships with all of those organizations. The strategy is saying to strengthen or continue those partnerships, look for funding opportunities and other programs that can improve the efficiency of existing buildings. Electrify buildings is noted as a strategy that's important in the long term, but it's not quantified for the 2030 target. There are multiple strategies under transportation, the transportation category, that contribute to achieving the city's target. But strategy T1, the first one here, which is expand zero emission vehicle charging infrastructure, or more pointedly, the EV charging structure in the city. That's the one that has the most impact in terms of reducing emissions. And that really reflects the importance of the city's need to develop local infrastructure that supports state policy and supports the ability for local residents to purchase and promotes the EV adoption rate within the city. And the key actions there, city acknowledges that it needs to develop a citywide zero emission vehicle master plan. So that's going to identify the near and long-term needs for charging, and also identify where they can optimally be placed throughout the city, including in areas for disadvantaged communities. And then it's also important to keep track of funding opportunities. There's a lot of funding flowing from the state and from the federal government over the next few years to support expansion of electric vehicle infrastructure. A couple of other strategies that are quantified, they don't have quite the same impact, but transitioning the city fleet to zero emission vehicles. We know the city has intentions to do so over the long run and even in the short run in terms of converting diesel fueled vehicles to compressed natural gas. There's also a need to develop a zero emission vehicle master plan for the city fleet. And then expand infrastructure for pedestrian bikes and micro mobility solutions. And that's really leaning on the forthcoming sustainable transportation plan, and an effort that's already underway. In terms of other transportation strategies, the other one that's quantified is to expand car and bike sharing. And it's another strategy that will result in reductions by 2030. And it's another example of the CAP identifying and building from actions that the city is already taking. And again, this is the sustainable transportation plan. There are 3 additional categories where there are greenhouse gas reductions that are quantified. Those are waste, solid waste, water conservation and reuse, and land use. Waste turns out to be an important strategy for achieving the 2030 target. The city will achieve significant reductions by just meeting the state mandates to divert organics from the landfill. So we quantified in the cap, and we really described in there what the city is already doing and what it can do to enhance that effort. Water is not as impactful, but has co-benefits to dealing with drought and resilience. And the cap in that area builds on actions that the city is already taking, including the advanced water purification facility. Land use is, we have a recommendation to continue focusing on reducing VMT through land use planning that reduces the community's reliance on automobile to serve transportation needs. Now, as mentioned earlier, we have received input from the Planning Commission, and in July, we received that consensus on 7 edits, and those range from changes to the executive summary, where it was expressed that there should be more discussion on what the community can do to reduce emissions on their own and in their own households and businesses. Also, to add aspirational language and emphasize a sense of urgency to addressing the climate crisis. There is a recommendation to add discussion in Chapter 3 pertaining to public EV charging stations, perhaps integrating them with the solar infrastructure that will become more prevalent in the city and placing them at all feasible locations. Chapter 4, there's a recommendation for minor edits to the discussion of the city's exposure to wildfire and to the discussion of drought, and more emphasis on rainwater harvesting and gray water reuse strategies, and also more discussion on emergency planning, emphasizing public education and community support networks. So at that meeting, there were 7 additional areas proposed for further discussion, and those were taken up at the September meeting. And the 3 additional changes that came out of that meeting, recommended edits to the cap, are these here. The first item was in response to suggestions by some commission members and also a few members of the public that the city should exceed the 2030 reduction target that the council agreed to back in March of 2021. And in recognizing that doing so to achieve a more aggressive target by 2030 would really result in a redo of the cap, a rewriting of the cap, and delay its adoption. And so the commission agreed with revising the language on page 2-10 to describe an aspirational goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045 and to revisit the feasibility of that goal during the next cap update, acknowledging that updating the target may be necessary due to the recent passage of Assembly Bill 1227. Now, Assembly Bill 1227 was just passed in September. It sets a statewide carbon neutral goal for 2045 and requires statewide for us to reduce emissions even further than 2030, actually to 85% from 1990 levels. So it's a big increase in emissions reductions the state is committing to. And so the cap, the next time it's revised, which it's slated to be revised every 5 years, it will have to acknowledge that in order to keep pace with state regulations, it will likely have to acknowledge that in its next target setting. Also, the general plan update, which is a 3 to 4 year work effort, is expected to take up land use changes and will probably affect land use patterns and also have to incorporate new VMT requirements as part of the CEQA guidelines. So there's always going to be more regulations and more developments at the state level that will have to be considered each time the cap is updated. The second recommendation resulted from a discussion on whether the city should require or encourage project labor agreements as a way to reduce the vehicle miles traveled. And through this discussion, it was acknowledged that requiring PLAs for this purpose would result in a relatively small reduction in overall transportation emissions, but that strategy L1, which is focused on supporting transit-oriented development and mixed-use development, that strategy should place a stronger emphasis on how VMT reduction is driven by land use policy and by transit and by bike and pedestrian opportunities. So that will be updated accordingly. And then the last and third and last recommendation arose from the suggestion that the city should allocate $1 million annually for cap implementation. And the outcome of that discussion was agreement that setting a specific dollar amount was not warranted at this time, but that the funding language should be augmented to state that the sorry for that. The city will consider the cap in yearly departmental budgeting and CIP activities and seek out federal and state funding opportunities where the funding aligns with council priorities and the cap programs. So that sums up the proposed edits to the final cap, and I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Mallory to take us out.
Yeah, Mallory.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. So the next steps with the cap, if provided council takes action to recommend approval of the cap, we will produce a final cap document to reflect the edits that we've summarized from Planning Commission, as well as some typographical errors that we noticed, some additional clarification pieces that like, for example, a letter from the mayor, introductory letter, as well as updating some photos. So in general, those are relatively minor, and the edits to the document, we felt it was best to present the draft in the interest of sustainability and not producing and spending additional resources to produce a final and then bring it forward. But the list there is the totality of those edits to make it final. We would then post the final cap on our website, of course, distribute it electronically to interested parties. And we'll continue then using that cap document as an informational piece as we move forward with CIP budgeting and as we look for grants as well. And the last item is continue working with the Clean Power Alliance, which we have been doing, as you heard from Mr. Caton. That's a key strategy in meeting our GHG reduction targets. Next slide, please. The cap before you is subject to environmental determination. We utilized the 2030 General Plan EIR, and we prepared a subsequent programmatic environmental impact report. We've determined that with this action, this approval, that there will be no environmental impacts associated with council's adoption of this cap document. Next slide, please. The cap, of course, will have fiscal impacts. It certainly sets a roadmap for ways to fund renewable energy options and opportunities for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Typically, those GHG programs and the programs in the cap are funded through the general fund, through enterprise funds or grants, or all of them. And these will be considered through these projects in the cap before you will be considered, as I mentioned, as part of the CIP process, as well as through budgeting. It's important to note, we get questions with why isn't there a cost identified for each of these measures in the cap document? And that's because costs vary, as we've heard. That's because we didn't want to take it didn't make the most sense to have an analysis of the cost of each and every single item. That would be very, very expensive for the city. And then again, we figured that we would work through the CIP process and budgeting and going forward with the most immediate actions and putting a budget, putting an estimate associated with those most immediate items. And as Mr. Caton mentioned, this is a 5-year plan. It really is intended to be looked at yearly, looking at GHG reduction measures, and then every 5 years going through and considering, are you meeting your targets, and then looking at costs. And then the year one is to develop the fiscal impact analysis associated with year one activities or near-term activities. And then obviously we'll continue to seek great grants and leverage partnerships. Next slide. This is the final slide. Staff's recommendation is to approve the associated addendum to the program environmental impact report, approve this draft cap with the recommended edits that or any additional edits recommended by council this evening, and to direct staff to produce the final cap document.
Thank you, Mallory. We do have a speaker on here. The speaker first, or you want to? Okay, so we have a speaker on this item, and this Alexa, excuse me, Rizzo. Alexis Rizzo, R-I-Z-O. Is she virtual, Madam Clerk? Yeah, okay.
Alexa, can you please press *6 to unmute? Alexis, please, can you press *6 to unmute?
Hello?
Yes, hi, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry about the technical difficulties. My name is Alexis. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of Community Environmental Council. We are a local environmental nonprofit. We support the city in developing a climate action adaptation plan in its effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the implementation of measures outlined in the draft CAP. I would like to also thank the staff on their efforts on this plan. As a participant who's been following the creation of the CAP since last summer or fall, we know a lot of time and effort has gone into this, so thank you. One item that I want to highlight tonight is in conjunction with the strategies outlined in the draft CAP. We highly encourage the city to also pursue state funding that is specifically carved out for capacity building in disadvantaged communities. Oxnard is unique in that the city qualifies for many funding opportunities due to its disadvantaged communities as indicated on the Cal Enviro Screen 4.0. And by specifically targeting funding sources for capacity building, the city could more quickly start projects by hiring staff to implement the reduction strategies that are outlined in the draft climate action adaptation plan. And this would help the city to more quickly meet its climate goals that are outlined in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Chair, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person at this time.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spent a little bit of time reading this document and one of the things that piqued my interest, and this is based on a letter that many of us received, was project labor agreements. And I went through and read the point in the presentation about PLAs. And that came as a potential recommendation to reduce car trips by having people carpool. And I think that's unique thinking. It's thinking outside the box, but I'm not sure that a PLA was specifically designed to reduce car trips to and from the job site. I think there's other ways to do it. And I saw that staff did not support that recommendation. I would have to agree. I think we can still find a way to reduce car trips to and from the job site with a tool other than a PLA. And I hate to see us create a PLA in a global document like this when it should probably be considered on a case-by-case basis, and at least in my mind. I think there was a lot of good information in this report. And I'll put on my Gold Coast Transit District hat for a moment. We're converting our entire fleet over from compressed natural gas to hydrogen fuel cells. And when you get into non-polluting technologies, right now, the two potentials that are out there are battery-powered vehicles or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which run a power plant that create the electricity to power the motors on the wheels. We're moving towards the hydrogen fuel cell. There's a little bit of problem right now with some of the recharging rates on buses and so on and so forth. I was toying with the idea of maybe looking for a hydrogen fuel cell car, just see what it'd be like. And you can find the cars, but there's nowhere to buy hydrogen. The nearest hydrogen station I could find was in Thousand Oaks. And so I figured, okay, I'll drive my car to Thousand Oaks, fill it up. By the time I get home, I'll be out of hydrogen again. So that doesn't work very well for me. But I would like to see alternatives. And I will confess that my wife and I have a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. That's new to me. And it's kind of strange for me to drive a car that's a lot smarter than I am, but I do it at this point. We get along pretty well. But one of the things that I'm seeing, and this happened the last couple of weeks, is we had unseasonably warm weather. And the first thing the power company came out and said is, don't charge your electric vehicles. Okay, how are we going to get around them? We can't get battery power to them or charge them. So that leads me to the point of this needs to be a global approach. And we need to make sure that the other side of the industry, the power suppliers, are able to provide that demand that's going to be needed by moving to vehicles that have no output or no polluting effects and run off a battery. And even batteries to some degree have a negative impact. And, you know, what do you do with the batteries when they die? the lithium on them. You have to mine it to get to them. So there's a whole lot of different things to consider. But, you know, we need an electrical grid that will be, you know, strong enough to handle it. If you go by the collection, you'll see that they have probably 30 Tesla chargers. I don't have a Tesla, so that lets me out. The other chargers that are over by Target, they don't seem to work on my car. There's a couple by Whole Foods, and one of them works, the other one doesn't. But the problem is getting into using any of them. Usually there's a vehicle in there, so you almost have to wait in line. And so it's, you know, there's a lot of things that need to be done to make this a robust system to move to the future, make sure we've got all the parts in place to make it work right. I don't have any disagreements with the approach and the technology and stuff, but it seems like we're doing it piecemeal. And I'd rather see us do it cohesively as one full system moving forward. You know, I don't know what else to say at this point, so I will follow the famous words of Now Takasugi from many, many years ago. Be sincere, be short, and be seated, or in my case, be quiet. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, council members. I am Councilman Perrella.
I appreciate the report. A couple of questions, specifically underneath the increased water conservation and reuse. I've had the opportunity to go to the Ventura County Government Center, and they have a concrete that allows the water to soak through the concrete and get into the groundwater around the gutter system. Do we consider any of that? It would seem that in the drought, it's not called impervious, it's the opposite of that. But they have a demonstration, they have a lot of guides. The reason for something like that is to prevent the water from getting as the crown of the street, the water runs off the street, goes to the gutters, goes to the drain, goes to the drainage system, goes to the ocean. If there's an ability to get it to go into the groundwater, work its way and percolate down into the soil, I think that would be something to look at. I don't see it addressed unless I missed it. The other question that I have is, Councilman McDonald mentioned it terrifically. Going to certain types of fuels, there's issues that come with it. But one thing that I would like to address, we have the last one here. It says support transit oriented and mixed use development under the section land use. Quite a bit of the land that was developed in the general plans here was for industrial parks. And because they didn't sprout up, they become churches, taking a big component of the industrial ability out of the mix of what we have to offer anybody coming to the city of Oxnard. Do we go back and address that if we are taking material out and potentially it's going into a non-taxable entity? The city loses in more than one way. How do we address that? Those are just some questions for thought.
Mr. Mayor, real quick comment.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Wolf, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if memory serves me, over at the water campus, we have a permeable parking area that has a combination of brick, grass, and everything else, so that the water that collects there goes back into the ground system instead of running off in the street. Is that close to correct?
I would have to double check on that, but we certainly can report back. But those are systems that are in place, the pervious pavers that are available. And there's pros and cons to each one of those, especially when you have different soil types. If we have a lot of clay soil types and you have water collecting underneath those hardscapes and sitting in a clay layer, those get very difficult to maintain. So those are options going forward. However, I would be very cautious about where they get used.
Okay, I'd be interested, but it seems to me in my memory, which isn't always 100%, but that we do have some permeable parking areas where cars can collect water instead of seeing it run off in the street. So it'd be food for follow-up.
And by the way, just for information, Councilman Perrella is correct. The county has put a few demonstration projects, that are saving water, for the county that we could probably look at, Michael,
Yeah, Ms. Arno may know the answer to that question.
So we do have permeable pavers over at the AWPF parking lot in the back. Yeah, so we do not have any right now at the water yard, but they are at the AWPF.
I knew we had it somewhere, I was close.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, but I want to thank Mallory, and the staff for really a tremendous amount of work. And I know we had it before in one of the committees. But one of the things that I like to commend our residents, because 96% participation is tremendous, it's really, really great. So again, lots of work. Thank you, Mallory, and thank you to the consultants and all the staff for the good work that they've done. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hearing what my colleagues have said already. I agree with most of it. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this thus far. Regarding the Planning Commission recommendation number 2 for the PLA, in reading staff's summary of that and how there's not necessarily a direct connection between vehicle miles traveled and a PLA, I'm wondering if, in lieu of the PLA language, if local hire language or community workforce agreement language is something that could be looked at as well. Aside from that, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and Ms. Rizzo had spoken earlier, and I believe she's reached out to this council and staff a number of times on pieces of this. And the 2 things that also stand out to me are building electrification for codes or going into our code. And when we talk about our electrical infrastructure, I know that there's a lot more a lot more room to grow as a state of California and as a region. And Mayor Pro Tem brought up just the issue of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and how we can do some great work as a city, but we also have to rely on the region and the state to do their portion as well to provide sufficient amounts of electricity while not offsetting the greenhouse gas reductions we're doing by creating more electricity at those power plants or whatever system they use to create that electricity and generate it and deliver it. The other thing too, which is no surprise, is the pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, ensuring that we're continuing on a path that's going to enhance that and encourage our residents to utilize those alternative modes of transportation. I saw micro transportation is up there as well. And but when it comes to our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, we certainly have a lot of work to do still, but I appreciate that there is work going into it, and we're actually including that in this document as well to formalize that. This is a commitment we're making to that that infrastructure. The last thing I'll say about it, I just always feel it's worth mentioning that there are people who will go for walks or jogs or cycle for recreation, but there are plenty of people in our city who do not have a choice in the matter. They don't have reliable transportation or access to transportation and have to cycle to and from work or appointments or where they have to go or walk. And so I appreciate us, doing our due diligence to make it as safe for them as possible, but also adding that infrastructure so more people will do it and take more vehicles off the road. So those are my comments.
Thank you. And Valerie, one of the things that we mentioned to a committee that we need to work with the Ventura County APCD, for grants, there's a lot of grant monies there that we can actually help us out. Okay.
Just
Councilman.
one comment piggybacking on Councilman Turan. National Public Radio this morning had a big deal, and they were talking about some young kid who's become very big environmentalist over quite a few years. And she's still young. And she was talking about certain countries, certain cities that are pushing for totally free transit. There's going to be buses and it's going to be 100% free. They asked, how are you going to pay for it? She said, well, there's a will, there's a way. And I understand that's pretty smoke and mirrors, but if we're looking at bicycles and people can't get around in cars that drive possibly something like that way in the future. I don't have a clue how to pay for it, but throw it out there.
Okay, Councilman, we need a motion for this item. There's 3 items and we need to go ahead. Councilman Turan.
Thank you. I just want to check in. Does staff have sufficient kind of guidance and direction based on this conversation, or were there follow-up questions?
Mallory?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, these are items that were comments. I'm not seeing these as edits to the document. So if the council would like to make motions for different items, we're happy to respond. Many of these, we can go one by one and I can provide responses if that would give council some comfort.
I don't know, it was vetted through committee, but I'm sure, I think.
I would ask, are you gonna bring a final document back to us for final approval, or is this?
That wasn't the intent, Mayor Pro Tem. The intent was to produce the final.
It's a final, yeah. I think, I'm not sure, I think we have sufficient information, but again, I'm only one member. No, you're okay? Tehran?
Well, I would like some feedback or discussion from my colleagues about the number 2 item from the Planning Commission about they recommended a PLA. The staff stated how that wasn't a direct connection to vehicle miles traveled being reduced. And I threw out there, well, could we substitute language for local hire or a community workforce agreement? If that would be a more direct connection to reducing vehicle miles traveled.
Well, I think a local hire direction or something similar to that would not be appropriate for this particular
Yeah, and
discussion, other than say, I don't think a PLA is the right tool for what we want to accomplish here.
And I think, I know that Semesh and I talked about a PLA, then that could probably be another subject, that we can bring back,
Or as well, a local hire.
local, yeah,
So we can bring back
bring back
specific item, but not in this item.
a PLA and local hire and so forth, but that's a good comment, Councilman Tehran.
So is the direction then that we are agreeing with staff's recommendation, or not recommendation, but staff's assessment that the PLA recommendation for Planning Commission shouldn't be part of these edits, correct?
Having to do with the cap, yeah.
I wonder how, can staff tell me, how did they come up with the conclusion that a project labor agreement would save traffic?
By mileage.
All those union members live in the same town.
Sure.
I know several that were in the audience don't live in the same town. And I'm not anti-union. I belong and retired out of a union in good standing.
I think the question was, by having a PLA, will it help us with the mileage? Can you share a little bit more about that?
Absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the context was that if you require a project labor agreement, that will reduce vehicle miles traveled,
That's-
which will then result in reductions in greenhouse gas emissions.
But it had nothing to do with having a PLA.
The thinking was that if you have a PLA, you'll only have local workforce living
Work
here
with
that
it.
will work. VMT is such a complex issue. It is not driven just by PLAs, and a very small amount is PLA. It's land use, it's housing, it's transit. It's 15-minute neighborhoods. It's all related to the way that you design your community. VMT is not driven by PLAs.
But I think that the PLA and local hire can be a subject for the future. Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Yes, I would agree that that can come back here as its own item for discussion. But I want to say with regard to this conversation, I think it's a far stretch to argue that having a blanket PLA policy would result in the VMT reduction, not knowing how many residents that live here would be eligible for that. And that's also very different from how many residents who live here would be eligible under the local hire requirement. So I think we actually need data in order to have a proper conversation about that. And we don't have the data.
And Mr. Mayor, I would think that a blanket, any policy is probably not the best fit. It's like taking a square peg and trying to drive it into a round hole and make it work. It works better on an individual case by case basis. And I think that's the way we should approach it.
Councilmember Ron?
All right, I appreciate that. So I guess my question on that is, is the motion we're making in adopting the recommendations, is that minus the second recommendation from the Planning Commission for this edit to have PLA in there?
Right?
Is that what we're doing?
That would be
Staff's comment on that recommendation was that staff did not support that approach.
at the time. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and thank you for the conversation, and I look forward to having that as a separate conversation in the near
In your
future.
future. Thank you. Valerie?
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, I wanted just to point out that we are recommending a change by adding some language to the issue of VMT, which is within the staff report. The second item, staff does suggest additional language to address the planning commission's and the community's input to acknowledge the relationship between VMT and land use policy, meaning density and mixes of land use, transit, as well as pedestrian opportunities and commuter trips. So we are recommending the inclusion of those components because those truly are VMT issues that are worthy of inclusion in the CAP document.
Which page is that?
That is under item 2. I would have to bring up my actual
And I
document.
think we discussed that at the committee.
It's in here.
Page 622 of your packet.
Yeah.
Seen it, but I had no clue where I saw it.
Mhm.
It was
So let
pretty-
me just read it. Staff recommendation draft cap revisions. Staff disagrees with this change as VMT is largely driven by land use policy, parentheses, density, mix of land uses, and parentheses, transit and pedestrian opportunities and commuter trips, but is agreeable, meaning staff, to augmented language. Additionally, PLAs will not result in a reduction in customer VMT or commercial/industrial VMT. Although a PLA could reduce VMT, there are many other implications to PLAs that are not related to the cap. And furthermore, City Council has not established a PLA policy.
And that's why the discussion in the future is so appropriate on the PLAs. Thank you. So do we need a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilman Tehran, second by Councilman Basua. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Then our next item is M3. This is Public Works Department. The proposed speed hump program. The recommendation that City Council will approve the proposed speed hump program as outlined in its staff report and to direct city manager and or designate to implement procedures to effectuate the program and outlined by staff's report. And this was again, it was 3-0 by the Public Works Transportation, and there was under Measure M, there was a pre-recorded item. So we do have Michael Wolf, if there's any additional information that the council members might have at this time. Council members? Oh, excuse me, the speakers, let me see. I think we have a M3, we do have a speaker by Ray Patel. Patel.
Just the one.
Ray got 3 minutes, Ray.
Good evening. Mayor, council members, city staff, and public. Here's my opinion on this matter. The pre-recorded briefing indicated 200 complaints in 5 years. This amounts to about 1 per week, which isn't very much. On the other hand, I have personally witnessed traffic law violations in less than 15 minutes on the road, which were also witnessed or should have been witnessed by our law enforcement officers. I say should have been, since they are supposedly trained observers and these events occurred right in front of their noses. I've sent each of you examples of what I am talking about, if you care to read it. As I mentioned in your reading material, I call this selective law enforcement. Enforce a law when you want to or when it's convenient. If we had effective enforcement of our existing traffic laws, perhaps speed bumps wouldn't be needed. Again, per the pre-recorded presentation, speed humps are considered only after other options have been reviewed. These considered options include basic law enforcement, which was discarded for various reasons. Since our existing police force can't or won't handle a situation, we are forced to rely on speed humps. Thus, in addition to the 55+ million we plan to spend this fiscal year for community patrol From a 81+ million total police budget, staff is proposing to pay another 0.312 million annually for speed humps. Although this seems absurd to me, it appears this is the way it's going to be. And after all the speed humps are installed, there will be the required additional annual maintenance efforts and costs. This is all we need. Additional items which need maintenance and like everything else will probably be neglected or pushed aside for other high priorities. The city has difficulty maintaining current assets, including basic roads without speed humps, and you want to add more. And regarding the eligibility criteria, who, what, and how will you collect the data to determine eligibility, and who will analyze the same? And how will you know the data's speed component? And who will execute the engineering speed study? If you're going to go through all this time and effort, not to mention the money, might it not be just as easy to use our existing law enforcement assets to enforce our laws? Isn't this what they're paid to do? I think we already have and already pay for the assets to address this issue. However, if you must do this, take it from the community patrol budget. After all, it's their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, can I ask our police department to
to respond to that,
Yes, please.
Officer Diaz. Mhm.
All right, good evening, council. Jose Diaz, Traffic Sergeant with Oxnard PD. In response to that, so there was numerous complaints that he brought up. One of them was being the red light violations. What we have done in red light violations are reporting to us because that's one of our primary collision factors that's causing injuries on the roadway. As a department, we utilize some of our safety grant from the Office of Traffic Safety to actually install red light indicators. Those indicators would actually place at the intersection that he referenced, Ventura Road and Gonzalez, and it's easier for patrol officers to conduct enforcement with those red light indicators. Secondly, he brought up another point regarding enforcement in residential zones where these speed bumps are going to be installed. The number one complaint that we get from these residential zones are speeders in the early morning and in the evenings. That coincides with the same problems that we have as far as problems with schools, speeding around schools, around school children, and as additional speeding around our hard collision areas, which would include like Rose Avenue, Ventura and Gonzalez, Pleasant Valley. Those are all the main timeframes that we're looking at where we're encountering speeders and other violations. The speed hump program would assist us because they would be included in these residential zones. They would provide a long-term solution to reducing speed on those roadways. And that would actually help us migrate our resources, our traffic officers, our patrol officers to conduct enforcement in those other areas such as Rose Avenue and Gonzalez, which have higher injury rates, higher collisions.
Okay, Councilman Turan.
I get confused for him a lot,
No, but did you want to speak?
if I can.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll
Thanks,
go to
Art.
Councilman Turan.
You know, and I appreciate the comment about having police assets out there enforcing what's out there. The bottom line is the police assets that are out there are stretched so thin, they can only do so much at any time to do anything. And when you look at law enforcement, you look at traffic issues, one of the cardinal rules that they teach you, even in the academy, is the 3 E's: education, enforcement, and engineering. It's how you deal with traffic issues. It's not just the cops. It's not just, engineering. It's not just education. You need all three of them to have a successful program to deal with this issue. I've heard from, I don't know how many people up on Glenwood Street between C and F. And folks, there you go. It's not even my district, but I talk to them a lot, trying to help them out. So we're here for the whole city. And their big concern is, especially in the morning hours between 7:30 and 8, people are using Glenwood as a shortcut to get to Oxnard Boulevard, and they literally fly down that street, sometimes 40, 50 miles an hour. And the residents are seeking help here. Usually the biggest concern I hear about speed humps is from the fire side, where the fire department says, well, they interfere with our apparatus because we have to slow down to go over the humps. Well, they now make speed humps that are designed to fit between the tires of a full-size engine or a truck company or wherever else, but cars can't get over them that easy. So it still has the effect of slowing the cars down, but allows the fire equipment to be unimpeded going into an emergency response. So, the bottom line is if people would drive like normal people and not like maniacs, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But people are always at the last minute trying to get somewhere at the last second. And, and you've all heard this before, you could be coming up to an intersection and the light turns yellow and about 90% of the people will slow down, but 10% of the people, you hear them floor it, trying to beat the yellow light to the red light to get through the intersection. That's what causes accidents, People are just in too much of a rush. They don't think the right way. So I would like to see us have a program. Do I want speed humps on every street? Probably not, but I think it's an option that should be available, provided that the public safety side of the realm is okay with it. Police and fire, especially the fire side, I want their equipment to be able to get in. Because trust me, if I fall down my stairs and get hurt and I call for a fireman, I want them there right away. I don't want them to be slowing down for a speed hump. So there's a realistic side to this on my part, but I also think we need to have residential neighborhoods that are protected from people doing 40 and 50 miles an hour down the street, for fear of somebody's kid or somebody's pet getting hurt or what have you. Glenwood, there was an accident probably about a month and a half ago where a person taking a shortcut didn't pay attention and wiped out 3 cars parked on the side of the road. That's just wrong. That's damaging to everybody. So I think this is a good approach. It's not the entire answer. Again, it's education, enforcement, and engineering. So we have to have a combination of all three. And, people are worried about the police budget now. If we put enough cops out there to do all the speeding issues throughout the city, you'd really be unhappy with the police budget because it would be terribly expensive. And, the police, while traffic enforcement is important, life safety, health safety issues are primary, I think, in my mind. So I appreciate all that you do. And I've been around the block a few times. I know you're busy and you're doing the best you can, but I think there are other ways to do it than stick a cop on every corner. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sergeant, for the information on that. A quick question as a follow-up. Can you tell us how many officers we have in our motor division, in our traffic enforcement?
In our traffic unit, currently we have 10, 2 corporals, 8 regular police officers, and 2 sergeants.
Okay.
So 14.
And I seem to recall, I know Ms. Arnaud is here, so I'm just going to speak in general terms here. I seem to recall several hundred intersections that we have with signals throughout the city of Oxnard. And so we don't even cover 10% of that just based on the number of officers. If we were to put 1 at every corner, we would even get to 10% of that, if that. In addition to that, do you know how many schools we have in the city of Oxnard? Elementary, middle, high school?
I know the numbers in the 40s, but I can't give you an accurate count.
Sounds about right. I think we have 21 in Oxnard School District. We have a handful in Wainimi. We have
quite a few.
Yeah, the middle schools. There's 6, 7 of those, I think. And then the high schools that are within the city, not counting Rio Mesa. It's a lot of schools for 10 officers to be able to cover even in the 25-mile-per-hour during school zone portion. So I appreciate you sharing that and also sharing that this is going to help with enforcement because it's a long-term permanent solution that will at least address the speeding through specific areas that are eligible for that. And I wasn't going to name names, but Mayor Pro Tem already let the cat out of the bag on Glenwood. I have seen it with my own eyes. He's not exaggerating, nor are the residents when he says people go through Glenwood at 45 miles an hour in a residential zone. And it's not until you actually see it that you realize, wow, that's from C Street to F Street. It doesn't seem like it's that long, but it's long enough for them to get up to that speed. And keeping in mind, these are folks who are cutting through to Oxnard Boulevard, but I've also seen it people who are with kids in tow heading to school. And it's certainly concerning. And I want to point out that the residents of that street created a petition and brought that to us and informed all the residents and did all the steps for that, to say we need speed humps. And that was prior to this item coming up, but seeing this policy is to serve neighborhoods that are really affected by speeding or that type of driving. I also want to point out that in the River Ridge neighborhood, we have streets, I believe it's Spyglass Trail, if that's the name of the street, where there are speed humps that lead into the residential area.
And Holly.
And in the, and on Holly, and then in the unincorporated portion, Struby Street over in El Rio has speed humps along its length. And so locally, this has been done. And I don't know when those speed humps were added, but I've been through those neighborhoods and sure slows me down. I mean, I drive pretty slow anyways, but I really think that this policy's intention is to address those areas where we're being asked to do something, because our police resources are stretched doing other things. And if we have some way to put a set speed control device, I think that would help in these particular cases. So thank you. Those are my comments. There weren't even any questions besides the first one. So thank you.
Thank you. And
I've always asked for speed activated spike strips. Won't give them to me.
But one of the things too, officer, is that the street has to qualify. Number one, I think it's 1,000 foot and no more than 3 humps, and also that's to reduce the speeding that we talked about, because a lot of the complaints are speeding and so forth. And also we need to also take into consideration where the humps are going to go, where, do they qualify? And there's a lot of pros and cons that were talked about before. Is that correct, Michael?
Yeah, that's correct. There are lots of criteria that we've proposed to establish as part of this program, so that, again, as Mayor Pro Tem said, should we be putting them all over the city? There's certainly some disadvantages when you start looking at fire response, police response.
Exactly.
And actually quite a few other disadvantages that we've listed. And we had a really nice conversation at our special meeting with the Public Works Transportation Committee about those advantages and disadvantages. But yes, correct. We're recommending establishing some criteria that would allow for us to do this from a systematic approach.
Thank you, Councilor Pedrola.
Yeah, Public Works Director Wolf is right. It was a special Public Works meeting, well attended, a lot of good questions, a lot of back and forth, a lot of information. I will just share this. I have seen a fellow councilman walk his 2 little girls to school, holding their hands. And I've also seen little kids walk to school, unfortunately by themselves. And I have seen the cars hauling ass in residential areas. And hauling ass is exactly what they're doing. And unfortunately, there's not a police officer at every corner. They just can't afford it. Now, there are some people that say, they're not paying attention. There's other things that they could do. There would be some truth to that in all cases. But one thing that's for real, myself included, if I see a police officer, I slow down. When I don't, I'm more inclined to go a little faster. I think that's the general perception of the public. We can't afford a police officer at every corner unless everybody wants to do away with everything else. And I want to have clean water, and I want to have a toilet that works, and I want to have traffic lights that work, and I want to have a city manager that works, and legal department that works. And I want the lights to work in the city. This is an accommodation, 200 complaints over a number of years. That may be accurate, but facts and evidence can be spun and turned a lot of different ways. I don't complain every time I see a person go through the red light, but I know darn well that when the light is red and it turns green for me, I count 1001, 1002. I don't stick my nose out there because Oxnard, in my opinion, has maybe just a little bit more people that run red lights than other communities. I haven't done a study. I don't have facts and evidence on that, but I think some way to slow and possibly take into consideration what the public wants. That's what this is. A drawback of this is the reason there's shortcuts in the city of Oxnard is because there's traffic on the road. At one time, there was a traffic initiative floated in the city. It didn't succeed. And people find shortcuts. When speed bumps go on, after a period of time, people will find new shortcuts. But we're trying to make the city better for the residents that live here. in a manner that will not be overly intrusive in their lives. That's my opinion. It was a well put together program. The city cannot just sit here and do nothing.
That's right.
They got to do something. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, first by,
What's his name?
what's your name?
Yeah.
McDonald, and second by Basua, but additional comments, Sharon?
I already went. If my colleagues have anything, I'm willing to let them go first. I have one last thing, though.
But
Just a request, but the motion's already been made,
Oh,
hoping we could look at doing an amendment. So two things. Number one, Councilmember Perillo brought up the special meeting. I want to thank staff for putting that together. There was a lot of buzz leading into that meeting, and I was happy to hear so many people from the public came out. I wanted to come out, but apparently there's an issue with council members attending those committee meetings in person. So all good. I watched it online, but because of the issues we've run into a number of times, every single meeting actually, with Measure M, there were people from the public who were there that day who were disappointed because they were not able to see the presentation live because Measure M prohibits the public from seeing the live presentations reenacted at that meeting.
That would be all of them.
Okay, thank you. And so because of Measure M, its limitations, we couldn't even see the live presentation at night. We're just talking about it. Someone who didn't get to see the special meeting is coming in, getting zero context to this. So I'm hoping maybe either direction would be fine if we don't have to vote on it, but I'm hoping that our staff would be willing to work with the INCO. I see our first vice chair is still here, to do a, to see if they would agendize it on a future meeting for them to talk about the new policy, the new program, and what would be happening when that time comes. So I just wanted to throw that out there so people get that information formally.
But I believe that at the INCO meeting, the same rules apply with regard to the video.
You're right, it does.
Yeah.
So INCO with the intention of hopefully going to the neighborhood council level where they are not bound by Measure M and they
Yes.
can see live presentations.
We-
It's
we'd
not
be-
prohibited.
We'd be happy to attend any neighborhood council to talk about this
That's great.
program if the
Great.
council moves it forward tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Basua. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 4M4. Public Works is consideration naming the sports field at Durley Park, the Helen Lopez Field. Recommendation to City Council, one, review and consider the request from the Sunset Little League along with recommendations from the Parks Recreation Community Service Commission to name the sports park, Durley Park, the Helen Lopez Field. And to direct staff to install the appropriate signage to effectuate the naming, should it happen, and take into consideration upcoming park improvements. And this again was approved by the Public Works Committee 3-0. And under Measure M, it was a pre-recorded item, and we do have Michael here to help us out, but we do have a speaker. And I'd like to call Andrew Arreola. Andrew?
Patience is a virtue.
And thank you for being so patient.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Andrew Arreola, the president of Sunset Little League. Today's City Council will be looking at the agenda item M4, naming a sports field at Durley Park. Before that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire Sunset Little League Board for approving that we place before the City Council the naming of the minor field at Durley Park to Helen Lopez Field. I would also like to take this opportunity to give a special thanks to the following city personnel who helped guide us through this process. Mayor John Zaragoza, Cultural and Community Service Director Terrell Harrison, Parks and Recreation and Community Service Commission, Angela Wycombe, Roger Poirier, Miguel Fernandez, Chris Hernandez, Miguel Fernandez, I apologize, Chris Hernandez, Oscar Hernandez, and Paul Lemos, Parks and Recreation and Community Service Commission Secretary, Adriana Britt, Public Works Director, Steve Howlett, Recreation Supervisor, Janice Zaragoza, and the Public Works and Transportation Committee, who approved it 3-0. And lastly, City Council. This is a very exciting time for not only Sunset Little League, for the past, present players, coaches, families, and countless volunteers who are part of the league during Helen's presidency. That our beloved Helen Lopez will have a baseball field at Durley Park in her honor, named in her honor for her 38 years of service to the community. Her years of service have impacted many lives in a positive way, from high school and college graduates to former players who now participate as coaches and volunteers. Our work isn't finished until Helen gets to see the light shine upon the baseball diamonds. Our work will continue beyond that to ensure that the children in our community here have a safe and loving place that allows them to participate in Little League Baseball. Helen, I love you, we love you, and we are forever grateful for your years of mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'd like to share a couple of words before I've known Helen for nearly 40 years. In fact, I used to live there on J Street, and my son Johnny played T-ball there and went from T-ball all the way to the 13-year-olds. In fact, one of the things that I remember during that time when Helen was there, they get on they bat, instead of running to first base, they run into third base and so forth. And so it was just, she was always there working the snack bar, helping. She was on the board for Sunset Little League, and she was one of those individuals that really did a lifetime of helping Sunset Little League. And she still is there going. I know that right now, Andrew, she's a little ill, is my understanding, and she's up in her age. But I believe that naming that, we're not naming the park, it's only the field.
Correct.
And I think it's important that we do give her some, some kudos and also some recognition for the many, many decades that she's worked in Sunset Little League. And a lot of the kids that played ball there became professionals, and many, many individuals, doctors and lawyers. And in fact, I think one of the things that my son mentioned to me that played in Sunset Little League kept him out of trouble. Yes. And Helen Lopez was that person there helping out. So I just wanted to share that. Councilmember Don Varela?
That's lady right there. Right?
Yeah.
You wanna read-
Yes,
for the
that's
pu- for the public-
that's Helen right there.
For the public, that's
Helen, right,
That's right.
exactly right.
say that for people watching this on TV. Chairing the Public Works and Transportation Committee, there were no voices against this action. There were questions about a policy of naming any facility for a person that's still alive. That was addressed, I think, completely. It was unanimously approved. I would, whatever the council, as they want to say, I would move this recommendation. There was an excellent point. There are other fields named after other people in that area. And some of them are police officers that fell in the line of duty, correct?
There are plaques dedicated to police officers.
And it seems an opportunity for an area that is produced. I mean, if you go to our library, you'll find the picture and the leather jacket of the kids that have made it all the way to finals of the World Championship. Came out of this place.
1972 World Series.
Somebody who may have been involved in that, some recognition is not a bad thing.
Mr. Barber was one of them, exactly right, and quite a few
Correct.
other individuals. He's still. Council Pearl, I want to share something. We didn't name a park, a skate park for Councilmember Picker when he was alive. So we did have some precedents there anyway, just for information.
And one other thing, I want to thank you as a gentleman for thanking everybody that helped you. Very seldom does that happen. Class.
Thank you.
Councilman Tron.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be quick because all the great stuff has already been said. I will just say that the opportunities are provided there by Sunset Little League and the adults and older folks who volunteer their time to be there goes a long way. And I think Ms. Lopez is a really perfect example of that. I just want to share that there's a theory called resiliency theory, where for young people, even from challenged communities, challenged families, challenged backgrounds, if they have three things available to them or instilled in them, that's caring relationships, high expectations, and meaningful opportunities for participation from other important adults in their lives, that will build resiliency in them to overcome almost any challenge they may face. Regardless of the community they come from, regardless of their family history, if they have those three things, it makes them that much stronger and gives them that much more ability to overcome those challenges. And people like Ms. Lopez and all of the folks over there at Sunset Little League are providing those three things for young people who hail from a community that absolutely need that type of resiliency for those young people to be able to stay out of trouble and go on a positive path to do things that are going to be helpful for themselves, for their families and their community long-term. So thank you again for coming out, and then thank you to Ms. Lopez, absolutely. And I will absolutely support this as well.
Thank you, council members. We need a second on the same, I'll second the motion. Roll call.
Mayor, I want to announce that we have no additional
I'm
speakers
sorry. Thank you.
virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
Mayor, I'm sorry, may I please verify who made the motion, please?
Perrello, second by Zaragoza.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Andrew, and
Appreciate
thank Helen, please, and your board too. Thank you. Mhm. Okay, our last item is a Public Works Department Professional Service Agreement, A 8500 with Tetra Tech Incorporated for Oxnard Conduit Replacement and Rehabilitation Project PW 22105. The recommendation, the City Council approve and authorize the following for a total of $2,497,312 in project funds for the Oxnard Conduit Replacement and Rehab Project, specification PW 22105, project number 226501. And one that the mayor execute a professional service agreement, A 8500 with Tetra Tech Incorporated for the amount of $2,270,284 for the project. And number two, a project contingency amount of $227,028 for the project. And three, authorize the finance director or designate to approve the project for appropriation in the amount of $1,027,312 from the available fund balance from the West Water Operating Fund 601 for this use. And this again, this item did not originate in committee, so we do have a requirement measure M. There was a pre-recorded presentation, and we have Mr. Michael Wolf or any other staff member for additional information. Council members. Mayor. Member Perrello.
This is definitely needed, but I want to take a little aside. On page 857, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down. The request for proposals, RFP, for the project were published May 9th, 2022, and all proposals were due on June 17th, 2022. The city received two proposals and were reviewed by two staff members consisting of the water operations manager and the senior civil engineer. Oftentimes the point that I have here, oftentimes we hear staff has reviewed it. Here we identify the staff. It's ultimate transparency, really good by the staff putting this thing together, because too few people ask too many questions with regard to the integrity of the organization. And I'm very grateful to read that. Whoever's idea it was to put it in there, thank you.
Thank you, council member. Moved by Council.
Second.
First of all, do we have any public comment?
Mayor, we do not have any public comment for this item at this time.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Perrello. Please vote.
Motion. My apologies. Motion carries 6-0.
Sorry, Tatiana, we didn't give you a chance.
Tatiana, thank you for the good job. And that's the last item. We are adjourned. Thank you.